Oh man, isn't it crazy? There's so many wild things that we need to talk about today. Hello. Hi, hello, and welcome everyone to another episode of the meme stream. I am the host of the Nightmare Shark 30, and I'm happy to have you. There's so many crazy things happening in the world right now. I mean, did you guys see Dan to Dan episode 1? Wild stuff. I mean, like, I could see it was one of those where they're really creative people on that team, but I could see where they were bumping up against their budget. You know what I mean? It wasn't bad. It's not like they it's not like it's not cheaply made. It's just like, you know, when you gotta get a little creative when you got limits on you. That's what it was like. But it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. The GF made me watch it. She got home and she got on her computer, and I guess she found out that it released, and then she sprinted over to me and was like, "We need to watch it." And then she like basically almost threw me out of my chair when I was at my computer, like looking at stuff for today. Almost threw me out of my chair, and then went, "We need to watch Dan to Dan episode 1." And I was like, "Fine, okay, whatever, sure." I actually haven't read Dan to Dan. I literally finished book 1 today, earlier in the morning at like 10 or something, because I was like, if she's gonna force me to read to watch the rest of this with her, then I'm gonna have to like read it first, because I like to read manga before I watch the anime. Personally, that's just my opinion, though. It's interesting, to say the least. It's definitely interesting. Let me gobble your Winnie. Like, what the hell? What's the premise? It's like a shonen. It's of this girl whose grandma is a spirit medium. Meets this nerd guy who is obsessed with aliens and UFOs. And so one believes in like the spirit realm, and the other one believes in one believes in the spirit realm and the supernatural, and the other one believes in goddamn aliens, B-Borp type shit. You know what I'm talking about? And then she's like, "Bro, UFOs aren't real, dumbass. Unlike ghosts." And he's like, "What are you, a child? We all know ghosts aren't real. We learned that when we found out Santa Claus wasn't real." And she's like, "What do you mean he's not real?" And then so their worlds collide when they each try to prove to the other person that their thing is real. And our one of our two main protagonists guy gets into a kerfuffle with a spirit. And you know, our main protagonist guy is finds himself in a kerfuffle with a spirit, and our main protagonist girl finds herself in a world of trouble with aliens. And then they, you know, then they go about wacky adventures together to, you know, fix some problems. That is basically the premise of the story. I'll give you. Don't forget protag Kun main name, and why the main girl fell for him. Yeah, the like our one of our dual protagonist girls. One of our dual protagonists, the girl. Okay, she's like deathly in love, like a K-pop fan, with this with this one idol, and his name is the exact name of somebody else. And she's like, "What?" You know what I mean? Something like the UFO episode of Smiling Friends. Yeah, man, I guess. Sure. I think this could be big. How big do you think this is? What is this? What have you sent me? "Thou shalt not vote for Trump. These prominent Latter-day Saints view that as a command from God." How big do you think this? How big do I think this is? Do you know what small is? It's much closer to small than big. Like, what are there, like? There are like 12 Mormons in the country. They're all in Utah. Like, Most of them don't vote, and the other ones of them, even if they changed their vote, wouldn't mean anything. Oh yeah, Utah going for Trump is gonna go from like plus 60 to plus the 58. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I mean it's cool though. Cool. I'm happy for them. I think I've heard of it now that you describe it. Yeah. I don't know. It's like it didn't grip me. It didn't reach around and grip me the same way it done gripped other people. But you know, some people love Dan to Dan, and I'm you know what, I am not a hater. I'm not a Dan to Dan hater. Like I said, I just finished book 1 earlier today, and I mean it's interesting. I'll definitely read some more. I actually only have the books because I bought book 1 because somebody said something about it, and I read like, you know, half of chapter 1, and I was like, sure, that's cool, man. And then the GF just randomly picked it up one day, and she was like, this is one of the best series I've ever read in my entire life. And then speed blitzed book 1. And so I was like, okay, all right. Like, I mean, I've been trying to get her to read more anyway. So I was like, okay, listen, if this is what gets you to read, then I'll take it. And so I bought book 2 and 3 for her to blitz through as she so chooses. And then she fell off of it and stopped reading. So now I kind of have book 2 and 3 for no reason now. I'm gonna be real. But I was like, you know what? Since I have them, I might as well read them. And she was interested in the anime too. So I was like, you know what? Like maybe she'll hop back on that. I think this is too bright. Chat, is my background too bright here? Okay, what if I like cut in the middle? Yeah, I think that's better. That looks better. Turn the light down a little bit. Bring the opacity down. It was going, not the opacity, the luminosity, or whatever it's called. I gotta cut the lumens. I gotta judo chop lumens. The guy who made Dan to Dan used to be an assistant to Fujimoto. Yeah, I did read that at the end of the book. I was like, oh, that's why you're a freak. That makes a lot of sense. Hey, pup. No, don't you touch that. I was like, it's starting to make a lot more sense why this series is in like 20% freak mode at the beginning and only ramps up between like 30 and 100% freak mode wherever you go. So I was like, you know what? It totally makes sense how this guy was like chomping at the bit to be on Fujimoto's team. They all probably tried to fly together and in their spare time after they got done with one of Fujimoto's 2-page chapters that he spends a week and a half on. My bad, sorry, like 3 weeks on. Because isn't that the release schedule for Chainsaw Man these days? Chainsaw Man fans are lucky to get like 1 chapter every like 7 months. Oh wait, I'm forgetting. I'm sorry. I'm confusing them for Hunter x Hunter fans. They're excited to get anything from their author once every 10 years. He comes around like a fucking he comes around like one of those returning comets once every 10 years to drop a hey guys, I'm thinking about writing again. And then you see like the Hunter x Hunter community wake up like fucking cicadas. Snap out like it shakes them out of their circadian rhythm, and they start dropping videos about what could possibly happen in this next in the next 7 words that what's his name, Togashi writes in the next 3 to 5 business years. Yeah, his ass he comes around like Santa. Honestly, that's saying too much. Santa actually comes around way more than Togashi. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Like Togashi is on like 3 Santa's time. Wombology, thanks for the tier 2 for joining the frenzy. Be incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you, buddy. Boy, babe. My desk was literally right here. I've said it before, but I know some people haven't heard me explain it. But my desk was right here. You're looking at where I was. This is where I was streaming from. Now I'm on the opposite wall with like the posters on it. That's where I am now. The reason was because Right above me was the kitchen, and it flooded. We've been dealing with a decent amount of flooding in this house, and then as I was trying to use the shop vac to get water from leaking in, like dirty kitchen water from leaking into the floors and through my walls, a chunk of the spackle on the ceiling fell off, and I was like, I can't stream like this. I can't stream with this above me. It would make an incredible clip, I'm gonna be honest, and it'd probably be my first time on live stream fails if like my ceiling fell on my head while I was streaming. It would be pretty badass. I could just think about like the subs and the viewership I would get off of that. I could probably milk it for a little while too. Maybe I'd go on talk. Maybe I'd be able to get invited onto Talk Tua. I can only hope. But yeah, I decided, like, instead of dealing with the probability of getting throttled by by my own ceiling collapsing in on me, because it's been compromised, its structural integrity has been compromised by getting soaked with water, I'd rather just move my desk to another part of the room. And I decided, like, this would, this is not too bad of a spot. Like, yeah, wear like one of those giant bandages. I get one of those giant, like the spackle would like slam down and hit me on the forehead. I'd get like one of those giant cartoon Tom and Jerry welts, have like birds flying around my head. It'd be terrible. It'd be awful. It'd be awful. I work at a desk, okay? I'm a desk jockey. I can't take hits like that. My hands are too soft. I can't take hits like that. So I needed to move. I need to move my whole desk. So I just shifted to the other wall. So that's what you're looking at right now. I'm literally in the same room, but it's just a different wall. Does it really look that different though? Are people like, oh my gosh, he's in a completely different place? No, this is just my room. Long-term viewers would remember that door, and they would know that I didn't move. I didn't move rooms. Because long-term viewers remember that door. That door used to be directly behind me because I used to be streaming over there. And then I streamed over there, and now I'm streaming right here. I've just been playing musical chairs with my own room. What happened to the fish? I mean, the fish are like right over here. I just slid this down the wall, and now it's closer to the window. And it's just, yeah, the fish are just chilling over there. They're having a good time. I will say, now you got me talking about fish a little bit. I haven't mastered freshwater, but I've been having fun with freshwater. But I think I kind of want to try something new, and so I'm gonna be getting a saltwater aquarium soon. I'm gonna be very excited. I am very, very excited about how that'll turn out. So wish me luck, everybody. Wish me luck. I'll show you all when it happens. I have a new idea about what I want to do with this room. So you're here right now. I think I want to keep I think I want to keep my desk on this wall, and then just slide. Salty streamer time. Nice to have you. I just want to slide my desk this way, right? And so this will be the back wall. And then over there, I want to have those like storage shelves. And then I can have aquariums on there that I'm building out. And then you guys can take a look at some of the aquariums that I have behind me, because I know a lot of you all like the aquariums that are behind me. But now I can show you like some of the nice ones. Well, the nice ones that I can build over time, and I can have like smaller ones, like little nano ones. And it would cost less, so I would only have to buy like one kind of strip light, and it would go over a couple of them. And I can set up some other stuff, like people wouldn't have to sleep on the floor anymore. He would have a seat again. So yeah, cover like that wall with some stuff, and also posters too. I want to leave some space for posters as well, because that's important. And also get a standing desk. So a lot of people don't know. Well, some of you all know, but this desk that I'm streaming from is actually with one of those potluck desks that your church would roll out, or those the potluck desks. Yeah, the like light gray plastic desks that you would use for like yard sales or potlucks at school or something. That's what I've been streaming from this whole time, basically. And so I plan one day to upgrade the potluck desk to a standing desk, and so then I can stand. And I want to have like 2 microphones. So I'll have this mic still, but then I'll have another mic kind of sitting right here that I can pick up and hold so I can kind of walk around the room, or like I can stand up and like move a little bit without having to worry about being too close to the microphone, which I think would be kind of fun. So I can like stand too, so sitting wouldn't be like as crazy, and I would get some standing time because that'd be better for my heart. I don't want to die an early streamer death. You feel me? So that's my plan. Have that over there, and then move the bed here where the desk used to be. So if like the GF needs to like, I don't know, like powder her butthole or something, she won't have to walk past the camera to be able to get to the bed. Which I think would be really, you know, whatever girls do. So whatever girls do, I would like her to be able to do that without having to cross the view of the camera. And so the bed would be closer to the door. So I would have my little like shitty streamer corner, and she would have basically the rest of the room. And I think when we need to like do stuff, so that's the plan. That's the plan. I don't know what girls do. They're gross and I want cooties. True and real. True and real. So yeah, that's the plan at the moment. I think that'll work out really well. So we're gonna be moving forward with that, and then I can have like little, you know, knickknacks and stuff. I could put like the blahage on there as well. The blahage the GF got me. It can go on those racks and everything. I'm kind of excited for how that'll go. I think it'll be really cool. I think that'll be really great. So yeah, well, we got a whole lot of stuff to do today. We got a whole lot of stuff to go over. I'm fine with stuff spilling over into tomorrow. I've set up like a whole bunch of things to talk about, so we shouldn't really have any dead spots, if I'm gonna be honest. And it's nice to see you all. Hope you all have been doing well. What have you guys been up to? What have you guys been up to? Oh geez, no! Good golly, no, please. Okay, wait a second. Be a little bit of slack. Oh no, I have so many tabs open, Brody. Will he save me? Close out of this. What the? I'm finding new tabs as I'm going. What the heck is this? Okay, anyways, let me pull this. All right. Let me pull this and then put this back here. Then now that I have this, bink. Now I can kind of bink bonk this one. There we go. Close that taxes folder. Nah, I like to leave it open. I like to live on the edge. Thank you, Sam Sauce, for becoming a member.
Shark.
I appreciate. Oh no, sorry, but thank you all for becoming a member on the YouTube. I'm happy to see you. If you're on YouTube, hit the like button so more people can find the stream. It'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Sam Sauce, thanks for the 24 months in a row being a frenzy, being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Hell yeah, Shark Stream. Hell yeah. I like your cup.
Pog.
Thank you. It's a Snoopy cup, actually. They're having a little quip. They're quipping. Woodstock says he's never been much of a fan. So, Woodstock says he's never been much of an early bird. Oh, Woodstock, he's such a character, man.
Shark. Pog.
He's such a character. Thank you so much for the gifted members. I really appreciate you all. Thank you so much.
Shark.
Goku versus Bugs Bunny, who would win? Bugs every single time. Anybody who says differently is actually just kind of a weeb and coping.
Shark. Pog.
They are a weeb and they're also coping. And they're also, most importantly, cringe. Bugs Bunny would win 10 out of 10 times.
Pog.
Bugs versus Luffy, though, Bugs would win 10 out of 10 times because
Shark.
Luffy's
Pog.
bullshit, and I don't want to spoil it, but Luffy's bullshit ends and Bugs is.
Shark.
That's why.
Pog.
Because Luffy would be like, and Bugs would be like, you were born. Bugs would be like, You merely adopted the cartoon bullshit. I was born in it. And he would just, that's just how he would be. Where's that Shark Pog audio clip from? It was from a video called Shark Pog. That's all I can give you, honestly.
Pog.
Molded by it, Doc. Yeah, Bugs would win 10 out of 10 times. Luffy's bullshit ends. Bugs is. He's like the originator of cartoon bullshit. That's actually his thing.
Shark. Pog.
Oh my good. The gifted membership. Thank you so much. Thank you for the love. Holy, thank you. I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much. Thank you. Every favorite emotes out.
Pog.
Every favorite emotes. I can't even see who did it. I can't even see who did it. It won't. My Streamlabs won't tell me. But thank you so much. I really appreciate you all. I really appreciate you.
Shark. Pog.
Here comes Bugs Bunny with the steel chair. Nah, here comes Bugs Bunny with a cartoon mallet. And he would win every single time. Every single time. White names gone. White names obliterated in chat. White names cleansed from chat. That's an amazing thing. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. Wait, is this graphic? I want to see. Cause somebody sent me this. I was like, what the hell is this? So it was this. Have you guys seen this? It was like, the caption on this is anyone else seeing the TikToks of the lady who thought her house was haunted? And then they found something wild in her backyard. Okay.
Okay, I am so sorry to have left you hanging all night, but my whole house is now caution taped off. If you were not watching the live, both dogs sat on the hole. So the dogs run separately. So the first dog came out.
So basically what happened is that, wait, let me see. I'm not sure. I don't think she explains it. I don't think she explains it. Okay, so from what I know, what happened is that she thought her house was haunted and her computer was broken. So she like called the police and they were digging in her backyard, and I think she also called her ISP, and they were looking for an internet line. And so they dug into the backyard, but then they found like a rolled up rug in her back, like buried in her yard. They found like a, you know, like, or just a rolled up rug, like how you buy them in her backyard as they were digging. And they were like, that's probably nothing, right? That's probably nothing crazy, right? But just to be sure, they then brought trained dogs, cadaver dogs that were taught to signal, you know, if they smell a dead body, and both of them separately signaled at the rug. And so now we're here.
The dog sat, and audible gasp. Absolute fucking shock. I thought that this was the end of everything today, and the second dog comes out, sniffs around, and sat. I will like splice the video together, but I still have reporters at my house. Cops are staying here overnight. Crime scene investigators come tomorrow and start to dig, and that's all I know right now, essentially. This has taken a fucking twist, and if I don't get on a murder podcast after this, I'm gonna be pissed.
I think they found a dead body from possibly a serial killer who used to own this house, or somebody who did this and just buried this in this backyard, something along those lines. But that ad deal on Talk 2 is gonna go crazy, though. This happened in Columbus, Ohio? Oh no, oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, this is not good. A woman and her boyfriend, Brandon, found a rug buried beneath a tree while digging in the backyard this week. Now police are investigating amid internet speculations it may be a dead body. Kitty Santry, a local content creator, took to her TikTok after finding a rug while digging for holes in her backyard in Columbus, Ohio, to build a new fence. My bad, it wasn't from a computer line. It was from a new fence. It has led down a mysterious path of questions more are unfolding. Santry posted multiple TikTok videos questioning the rug, which appeared to be buried over 2 feet deep and possibly 6 feet long. Santry and her boyfriend attempted to dig it up. I wouldn't touch that on if I'm gonna be you, but it was too packed down, and there was a tree that had grown over it. They found tree identification tags while digging. Bloodgood said, I don't know who that is. In a series of TikTok videos and prompts from viewers that pushed to know more, Santry called the police. The police initially came, but claimed to not have the resources to dig and left. Santry and her TikTok audience decided to keep digging with more help, although unsuccessful. Homicide detectives reached back and decided to come with cadaver dogs. Thursday, in a live video, 2 cadaver dogs separately approached the dug up area and sat, leading to Santry's home being taped off with yellow police tape. On Friday, in another live, Santry describes the scene with over 9 police officers and CSI with equipment investigating the area. As of Friday morning, the investigation is still going on.
I'm not trying to make a joke out of it, but I started crying on the live, and I'm absolutely freaked out. And this is how I handle things. Dark humor. So if anything, my hope is still that maybe this is just a bloody carpet, that someone got a bloody nose or scraped a knee.
I'm gonna be honest. As somebody you guys have seen it. As somebody who's prone to getting nosebleeds, it's embarrassing to get a nosebleed, especially a bad one. And then you have to, kind of hide it. I don't want people seeing my blood, right? I remember back when I was in high school and I was I had a really bad nosebleed. And I was in class. I had to interrupt the teacher. She was going on about the Civil War or something, and I was like, "I'm sorry, teacher, my face is bleeding." And I was like, I was pouring. It was a bad one. I had no clue what was happening. No clue how it happened, but these days sometimes my nose just bleeds a little bit, and that's just who I am. It's one of my quirks. So I went to the bathroom, and there was no toilet paper in there, and so I was just kind of sitting there for a while, kind of hunched over a bit with my nose just pouring into the toilet. And so it looked like a murder. It looked horrible. It looked like somebody took a whole pack of that red Kool-Aid and just poured it into the toilet. That whole thing was red. And I was just like that for a while. Partly was because there was no toilet tissue for me to plug up my nose. Partly was because I didn't want to put any toilet tissue that was in the public school bathroom in my nose, because come on. You know why. I don't want some kids dookie particles in my nose. It might make it worse. That might have made me actual patient zero for some horrible disease that I would have to be quarantined in goddamn some FBI black site deep underground and impelled down, chained to the wall. trying to keep me from infecting the whole world. So see, I might simply would have died. I don't want to mix my blood with public school, middle school bathroom toilet paper, like whatever is on that thing. I would definitely either die or get some crazy superpower, like become Toilet Man. So I didn't do this. So I was just like letting the blood pour into the toilet, and I could just hang out, and I could just watch videos on my phone too. That was pretty cool. So while I was waiting for it to die down, and I promised the story is going somewhere. And after it did, after the blood clot formed, after it did, I went to go wash my nose a bit in the sink while trying not to splash blood. Right, I was trying to be very clean with it. I promise. And then some other kid turned around, came into the bathroom, right, and was about to walk into the stall that I just walked out of, and I was like, oh hey, don't go in there. And he was like, that guy, he probably just blew up the toilet. Classic. I don't care. I'm gonna be shitting in there, man. It's good. What didn't really listen to me. Looked into the toilet and he went, nope. And he left. He left like as the fastest I've ever. It's almost like he floated out of the room. He instantly left. I don't think I have ever seen someone leave as fast as that in my entire life. It was crazy. So yeah, he was not happy with it, and I was a little embarrassed. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't ever see that guy again. Actually, I never saw that guy. I never saw that guy again. But so I understand it when it comes to wanting to hide your nosebleeds. Personally, I mean, I've bled all over a pillow before in my sleep, and it looked like I got like shot in the head in my sleep. So I mean, if I had a shovel on me, I probably would have buried it in the backyard too. Maybe, I don't know. So maybe, listen, if I was bleeding all over a rug, I can see how I could roll it up and bury it in the backyard and then just kind of leave. It would be a little funny too to kind of trick somebody into thinking that there's a murdered body there, but it's just me being a little silly. But I'm not sure if that's true in this situation though. You stuck tampons in your nose? Nah, I don't live in Minnesota, so there were no tampons in the boys' bathroom, unfortunately.
But if somehow this ends up being more than that and we are able to bring closure, first off, this wouldn't have happened without TikTok. I was not going to do this myself. I have like guilt now that I wasn't going to do this on my own. This is only happening because of all of you little sleuths and impatient little bitches, as I said, who pushed me to do this. So as insane as this is, if what is potentially going to happen happens and there ends up being some form of crime here, I appreciate you. And I will put together an actual video from the moment and figure out how to like splice together parts of my live when the dog sat. But for now, I feel bad that you hadn't been updated. So here it is. I'm going to stop talking because I'm rambling.
All right. I did look up the story as well to see if there was anything else about it. To see if there was anything else about it, okay? And they did continue to go to dig up the carpet. They dug up the carpet. And I'm pretty sure they found nothing. Yeah, they didn't find anything. After much anticipation, Santry has revealed that there was no body found by the police in a post that she shared in her TikTok on Friday. This has been the most absurd, insane experience of my life, she told the viewers. No, they didn't find a body. They found a mother effing rug with some rubber. It's just they didn't, I don't know, maybe they didn't want to pay for waste management to take away, they didn't want to pay for a special load for waste management, so they just buried the carpet in their backyard instead of just burying it in the backyard like a weirdo, like a freak. It was just a rug. It was just a rug. She revealed that her house was taped off by law enforcement. But she noted that the TikTok videos and interest, something insignificant as blood, ripped nose, or scraped knee, In her latest video revealing there was nobody found, they said the question still remains: why did the dogs signal on that space? The police also informed her that it's not worth getting a lawyer because there are no concerns. Okay, well, it's a happy ending, chat. The dogs were just tired, so they sat down. They weren't signaling. They were just a little eepy. They were just ever so slightly eepy. So they decided to sit down instead. Good boys. Those are some good boys right there. That is so funny. So no corpse? That is a really weird thing to do, to just bury a rug in the backyard. Whether they do that for fun? Maybe there was something in there. I don't know. The dogs are in on it. Maybe they were. They were faking it. The guy who was in there was just sleeping. He snuck out the back while the dogs still thought he was in there. Okay, let me... Do you guys want to go over that Anna Kasparian thing? Did you see that she released a why I left the left video, a write-up or something? She wrote like a little soliloquy about it. Did I open that? I think I opened it, but I'm not sure where I put it. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Huh. I totally thought I have it. I had it. She wrote on her little Substack. Oh, we're getting raided. Is that true? First raid. Oh, hello, raiders. Well, I'm happy to have you. Nice to see you. Hope you guys are doing well. At the moment, we're about to go over the Anna Kasparian independent and unaligned Substack that she wrote. Her "Why I Left the Left" meme, I guess, is what I'm seeing. That's what I've seen, at least. I haven't read it. So this is gonna be my first time reading it. Nutstack, so true. Do you guys want to go over the JD Vance Oppo doc that was released by one of the I forget his names. I completely forget his name. One of the like whatever brothers. I kind of wanted to go over it because I thought it was a little interesting. Thought it was a bit curious, but I want to go over the Trump nuke first before that. But yeah, I'm happy to have you. I hope you all are doing well. Welcome to the stream. We're vibing out at the moment. We just got here. Hello, what's up? Hello, what's up? Okay, let's take a look at it. So I know a lot of people have been pretty angry with Anna Kasparian. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I have never really spent a lot of time watching TYT in my entire life. Even when I was a young like freshman in college, and a little before that, before I went to college and everything, and started learning about politics and whatnot after the 2016 election. I never TYT was never in my list, my continuing rotation of things that I watched. So I never got acquainted with Jimmy Dore or Dave Rubin or any of those goobers while they were still at TYT. And even then, I still don't really necessarily know too much about them. I watched a little bit of Dore after he left, but I never really watched that much of him, especially pre 2020 election. Post 2020 election, he went off the deep end and went in. I can't say went insane. He leaned into his insanity more. Much different than becoming insane, because he was always a crazy person. It's just that COVID kind of just unlocked his full potential in low IQ mannerisms, I guess. So there's all that. So I never really was acquainted with Anna Kasparian. I haven't seen that much of her. Most of what I've seen from Anna Kasparian has actually been clips of people who are like, I can't believe she said this. And even then, I haven't even listened to most of those. So I'm not necessarily sure about all the things that people are mad at her about. I've seen a bit, right? We definitely covered a decent amount of the I don't want to be called a birthing person, even though even though like people were just like, okay, but like we're not talking to you when we say that. But she'd like run into the room while somebody else was saying birthing person and get upset about it. But TYT, from what I've seen, TYT's always been weird about all that type of stuff. She's pro-Palestine, I guess. I don't know. I haven't watched a lot of Anna Kasparian. All I know is that apparently there is a gas leak in TYT, leaking some horrible form of carbon monoxide mixed with the Joker's laughing gas, mixed with the Scarecrow's fear toxin, mixed with the type of farts that come out right before you notice that you're about to have horrible diarrhea, and that's what's leaking into TYT's office headquarters constantly is what I've heard. At least that's just my opinion. Titan venom? Nah, none of that. They're performing dangerous alchemy. Yeah, something along those lines. Just horrible stuff. Sure, man, whatever. Right? It was a full sure, man, whatever type thing. But she was very angry with it. But you know, I mean, you know, God forbid women have hobbies. Why can't she get mad at things, right? So sure. So I mean, let's just take a look, right? A lot of people were saying that she would like leave the left at some point in time. I've seen a lot of people having a whole lot of beef with TYT boys recently. So maybe this is it. Once again, I actually watched Rebel Media a whole lot more than like actual TYT, which I think Rebel Media is I'm gonna be honest, Rebel Media is like good TYT. Just I don't want to be mean, but like Rebel Media seems like good TYT, right? At some point, Shank's yelling becomes too much. Anna's I just wasn't like the most interested. I'm not saying it was bad. I wasn't just the most interested with Anna's analysis, but like Rebel Media was kind of popping off. But I guess that's why I was more accepting of Emma Vigeland, right? When she joined the Majority Report. Because she was kind of popping off. She was kind of going crazy. Anyways, yeah, maybe Anna wants to get on Talk Tua, and that's why she's releasing this now. Right before her Talk Tua appearance, which will do gangbusters, I'm sure. Still doing good? We love to see it. Anyways, independent unaligned. You're right, I've changed, Anna Kasparian. After Trump came onto the political scene, and especially after he was elected in 2016, the us versus them mentality immediately took shape. What? Okay. Anyone who refuses to resist Trump was seen as a threat to the country, and I was fully on board with that mindset. It all felt righteous at first, but eventually the tactics deployed to fight Trump became repetitive, boring, and ultimately fruitless. Polling showed that he has increased his support among Black and Latino voters despite wall-to-wall coverage on his unsavory, racist, or bigoted remarks. Several years of media raising alarm Several years of the media raising the alarm over Trump's threat to democracy has only resulted in a tight presidential race between himself and Kamala Harris. Okay, so here's the thing. All right, so let's go over this at first. The us versus them mentality took shape. It already existed when Republicans became incredibly racist against Barack Obama and were fighting him simply because he was Black. And it took shape even before then with Dick Cheney and in the Bush administration leaning far more into racism and social issues to whip up the white working class. and like poorer white voters in rural areas to be voting for them a lot more instead of focusing on policy and being way more cutthroat and honestly unproductive when it comes to their politics. That took shape far before Trump came into office. The only thing that really changed is that the Democrats actually started fighting back. Like Rush Limbaugh, Dick Cheney, all like Larry Bird, all that type of stuff was way Ronald Reagan. All of that was way Bush, right? All of that was way worse for the with the Republicans. And one day, the election of Donald Trump just showed a lot of Dems that they really just needed to fight back for once in their entire lives. Like they go low, we go high, just wasn't going to stick, and it should be they go low, we kick them in the teeth and then curb stomp them. That's what should be happening, and thankfully Democrats are learning that a little bit better. I think they need to go even harder personally, but that's just me. But polling shows that Trump has increased his support among Black and Latino voters despite wall-to-wall coverage of his unsavory, racist, and bigoted remarks. So it is true that polling is showing that Trump has increased his lead just about with Black and Latino voters. The problem is this also was shown in 2020 that he increased his lead with the Black and Latino voters, ultimately for him to lose Black and Latino voters by just about the same exact margin as we were expecting him to. We were expecting him to in 2016, and how Romney was expected to lose them as well in 2012. So sure, I guess you can look at polls released by Patriot Cocksuck polling that shows that Donald Trump is gaining the 35% of the Black vote, 55% of the Latino vote, and Hispanics are going to be Trump supporters kicking themselves over the wall here soon. I'm sure that that's probably going to hold up this year. Yep. Just like it did in 2020. Sake Pookie, thanks so much for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Favorite emotes out for Sake Tanuki. Thank you. They said, just remember, we were once led by Bush, a dick, and a colon. So freaking true. Thank you. I can't help but acknowledge that the only thing that was accomplished by resisting Trump was less understanding and more division among Americans. What? I personally became reluctant to challenge my side or engage with voters who disagreed with me. In turn, I became less knowledgeable about the people and world around me. I saw Republican voters as an evil monolith, and that was a big mistake. Okay, but this just seems like, I want to be a little nice, but in the nicest way possible, this just seems like incredible ignorance from somebody whose job is to be a political talking head. It just seems like wild ignorance from somebody who was, I guess, supposed to be a progressive talking head, and your whole job is supposed to be looking at this stuff every day to explain it to people. Your job is literally supposed to be a politics understander. And when you drop a video, it should be the politic understander has logged on, but it just, I don't know how you got swept up like this, unless you, I don't know, maybe, I don't want to say she was unresolute in her convictions or anything, or I think maybe she got swept away in everything, I guess, but like, you know, we all have problems, but yeah, this just seems really weird to me. Resisting Trump, the only thing that was accomplished is more division among Americans. Yeah, sure, I guess so. But this is like saying that somebody broke into your home, and is running around each and every room like a Scooby-Doo villain looking for you to shoot you in the head with a gun. And we're like, hey, you should like defend yourself while they're coming for you. And so you pick up your gun, and then Anna Kasparian is like, I really think that picking up our gun in the house is only led to more bullets flying. Okay, sure, I guess you're right. You are right that fighting back has led to more fighting. You'll get like jumped by somebody who punches you in the back of the head on the street, and they start stomping on you, right? Like Trevor in GTA 5 did to that guy that he like caved his head in on. And we're like, fight back. And Anna is like, fighting back really only led to more fighting. You're right. But sometimes fighting is good. Sometimes it's good. People complain about the political division in this country right now. I think political division right now is good. If we weren't divided and if we didn't fight like this, you know where we'd be? Like national abortion ban, tariffs on everything. We would be trying to do a sort of like a Nazi Germany style deportation plan. Like random Hispanics would be getting their doors kicked in and thrown into fucking Austin Birkenau. Yes, we should be. But yes, this division is good. If you don't want division, the Republicans should move from all the way over here to right here. That's how you stop division in this country. They need to go from all the way over there to right here. They need to drop the lizard monkey part of their brain. They need to learn how to live with it instead of letting it consume them. They need to know more than ooga booga bonk when it comes to politics. And they need to stop acting like cavemen and trying to take us back to that age of politics as well. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. 100%. And so if you want it to stop, then tell them to come over here. Don't write this for people on the left. Write it for people on the right. Like, you guys should stop. You guys should calm down. The Democratic Party is to the right enough. There are enough conservatives in the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party should be the right of the country. I'm going to be honest with you. That should be the line where conservatism ends in the United States. And if that were true, we'd be a far better country than we are today. We resisted Trump. All it led was more fighting. Good. You know what fighting led us? Donald Trump being out of office in 2020. And you know where fighting is going to lead us in 2024? Donald Trump remaining out of office. That'd be fantastic. Honestly, I think that'd be great. My evolution started in 2022 when I was assaulted by a homeless man. That's very unfortunate. In my neighborhood when I was walking my dog. That horrible experience alone didn't change me politically, but the treatment I received from the far left and some progressive after sharing the story did. Okay, but like, what happened? She's revealing her origin story to us. I was told by publicly sharing what had happened to me, I was stigmatizing my unhoused neighbors. Others accused me of feeding into racist tropes because they assumed that my attacker was black, but I had never disclosed the man's race. He was white. Okay, I'm just gonna be, okay. I never heard this story and I wasn't like following Anna when this happened. I would like, this was in 2022. So I have no clue what the hell happened. Honestly. So does anybody know if this is even true? Because when I was like following the, and I'm not saying anything about her. Like, if anybody was saying something horrible about her, the abuse, I mean, like, they should be stopped, and she absolutely deserves to like, you know, cut them up. They deserve to get flamed here. But were the progressive left and Democrats like banging on her head like a bongo when she said that she was like assaulted? Is that what's happening? Because when I was following her a birthing person controversy, it seemed she was making a whole lot to do about nothing, really. And like was blowing up on people crazy style. So I can imagine how it can be like a really emotional situation for you to, especially when you share it online. But was this like everybody was treating me so terribly, or were there like a couple of tweets from stupid people who were doing this, and then it blew up, and then she said something about homeless people, and then more people were jumped in, and they were like, "Listen, I wasn't here, but then now you talking about homeless people like this. I can understand something bad that happened to you, but you talking about homeless people like this I'm not gonna let that slide here." And then it spiraled. I'm not sure what happened, but from the birthing person thing, I could see that like that's what happened. But I don't know. Maybe she's right. Maybe she's 100% right here. Who knows? Sake Pookie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Email itself for Sake. Thank you so much. You sent this. GOP, every sensible bill. Why won't they meet us in the middle? So freaking true. So true. Actually, we're gonna talk about that today when it comes to Hurricane Helene nonsense. So yeah, that's absolutely what they do. Democrats be like, everybody gets a free puppy. Republicans are like, everyone gets diarrhea forever. And they're like, why won't they meet us in the middle? And you know the crazy thing about it is that Democrats, a lot of the time, especially when they don't have a trifecta, go, okay, but not diarrhea forever. How about diarrhea for like a whole month? and that's what we get. So that's why the country is where we are right now. Not only did I suddenly see the flawed thinking of some on the left, but I also witnessed their cruelty and hypocrisy in real time. These terrible traits that I had associated solely with my political opponents was obviously not exclusive to their tribe. I was stupid for thinking that was the case. How old is Anna Kasparian? Does anybody know? Like, I don't want to be mean, but this does kind of sound like something I would imagine that would be written by like a 17-year-old. Like one day, people were mean to me on the internet who had like a gay pride flag in their bio, and I realized not everybody on the left was perfect. Are you serious right now? Maybe it's a little, maybe this is a hyperbole or something. Maybe she's poo-pooing on herself a little bit, but like this is, what? What? How does I'm just okay? I don't know. Was she doing politics before 2016? Like, was she just some like desk jockey beforehand, and then she got recruited onto DYT? She was just like a Twitter poster beforehand. Because I imagine Kasparian kind of like Sam Cedar, who's been doing this for like 12 years or something. You know what I mean? My bad. Sorry, 20 years, right? That's what I expect. But is that not true? Is she really? Yeah, Vaj did call her repeated, so. I mean, yeah, that was mean when he did say that. I'm not gonna lie. Because I feel like if this happens to you, this is born of a young political framework, right? It's like somebody jumping from being a like mild Romney sort of conservative to being a to being a like anarchist. I can brew penicillin in a like unused bathtub in my backyard. We don't need we don't need supply lines type person within the space of like 6 months, you feel me? Yeah, but she claimed Vosh snorted Adderall and other things of that nature, being critical after being critical of some of her opinions. Listen, I didn't I didn't keep up with that, but that'd be very rude if she said that. Quite rude indeed, I must say. I don't know who threw the first rock though. Who cares how he takes his meds? Yeah, so true. God forbid men have hobbies. Why can't I snort my Adderall? What'll happen to me? What, you'll bully me on the internet? Rude. It is kind of rude, I can't lie. I also have Adderall these days, and I like to put it up my butt. It absorbs faster. I'm not a narc, and I can kind of hold it with my sphincter, so I can take it later. Without having to keep it in my pocket or anything. That doesn't mean that everyone on the left thinks or behaves this in this way this small group of lunatics do. Far from it. But it does mean that there are factions and flaws on both sides of the aisle, and no one has a monopoly on truth. Whoa. Whoa. Mind equal blown. That's true. There was the insane reaction to one of my tweets in March 2023. Okay. Is this the birthing person meme? Let's see it. Yeah. 116K likes too. I am a woman. Hi, woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus. Birthing person, a person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this. I expect you allow the notion that the mere existence of trans-inclusive terms somehow degrades women. Comes out of the right's anti-trans war on women playbook. And then Kasparian replies, "Hey Mike, you're a guy who has no clue what it's like to have your reproductive freedom taken away. But I don't know what that has to do with this comment. But consider what it's like to have these same lawmakers who fail to protect your rights turn around and call us people with uteruses. It's not inclusive. It's not inclusive if cis women hate it." So this is also kind of weird because you're saying cis women hate it, but you are just a cis woman who hates it. Like, okay, like once again, sure, I'm not gonna call you the person who menstruates to your face, I guess. But if I'm not, here's the thing about this, and this is as simple as it gets. People who are right-handed are right-handed. I wouldn't go up to one of my friends who's right-handed and be like, "Hello, person who is right-handed," right? But if you're talking about that specific category, then yes, you would refer to them like that. But people weren't walking up to her. People weren't like sending her emails and being like, "Hello, person who menstruates." That's not how that works. That literally never happened for her to get this angry about this, but she simply did. And I mean, she's entitled to be angry, sure, I guess, but that doesn't make her right. Like, she could be as mad as she can be fuming, stomping mad whenever she sees or hears somebody say like those types of terms like that. But it doesn't make them wrong. And she's entitled to that opinion, but like that doesn't mean that people need to change their opinion. That people need to change their language simply because she specifically feels upset. Now, if you go up to her and then you start doing that to her purposefully, and you know she doesn't like that, yeah, then you're a bit of a fucko, right? Because I don't even feel any certain way about her being like, "Hey, can you please not call me that specifically?" Sure, okay, whatever. I think birthing person comes across as extremely reductive and objectifying. I wouldn't ever use that term, period. Okay, cool. Anyways, all hell broke loose after I posted those words. Most friends in left-wing media didn't bother reaching out privately to discuss their disagreement with my personal preference. Instead, many self-described socialists took it upon themselves to profit from conflict by publicly attacking me with monetized videos. I mean, you publicly made this statement, so why would they, if they disagree and they think it could be a problem, why wouldn't they publicly disagree with you? Nobody was attacking you? I'm not even gonna go that route. It's possible that some people were attacking her. Sure, I get it. Some people were definitely attacking her. Let's just say that nobody was. There definitely were people attacking her over this. Yes, absolutely. Especially in a much super sensitive time when it comes to both women's rights, with the right, it being an increasingly more popular idea to revoke the 19th Amendment, and their war and the conservatives' war on trans people as well. Yeah, there are definitely people attacking her. But I don't know. It seemed like a lot of people when I was reading the comment section, that a lot of people were like, "Hey, I mean, she's entitled to her opinion, but she's just kind of wrong when it comes to these terms generally." Yeah, people tried to explain it to her. Yeah, I mean, like Mike Figueredo of the Humanist Report was in the comment section explaining that to her, that this is just a way we explain. It's just a describing term for this specific group of people. Because my thing is, if you're mad at that term, why aren't you mad at female? How's that any different? Because here's the thing, all right? Here's something that I don't like. I hate this personally. And a lot of people do this. A lot of people do this, okay? And I absolutely hate it. You take your personal opinion, your personal preference, and then you blow it up into now being some sort of political opinion, or as something that other people believe, you throwing it onto them, making it seem like a fact of the world and not just a personal opinion. Cause she can here, two claims. She can say, I personally don't like being called this. And it is objectively degrading and wrong to call people this. These are not the same statement at all. These are not the same statement, but people will throw them around like they're the same statement. They'll take their own personal wants and beliefs about the world and then turn it into a fact of the world, like a factual statement, when it's just a personal opinion from yourself instead. And for some reason, a lot of people can't bridge that gap. And a lot of people do it consciously or subconsciously to make other people take your opinion seriously more, because you either want them to, or you know that people wouldn't take it as seriously if it was just like something that you personally felt that had no basis in factual reality, and it was just, I just don't like it. If she stayed on I just don't like it, instead of trying to rationalize and justify her belief with some sort of system of how these terms oppress cis women or something, nobody would have any real leg to stand on besides coming back to her and being like, I disagree. But when you start to try to add factual reasons for why you believe the way you do and how it's correct, that's when you open yourself up to debate. And now she's angry that she opened herself up to debate, because she's viewing it as a personal thing when she's trying to display it, when she's trying to push it as a factual statement to give it more credibility, to be taken more seriously than just like the opinion of just some lady online. And yes, I don't understand how birthing person and female are necessarily different when it comes to the sort of like objectifying nature of those words, when they're literally referring to the same thing. If we're going to be honest with ourselves, only real weirdos walk around constantly and call women females. We know that, right? Obviously, in context, you just calling all women females, that's kind of weird, right? But you obviously talking specifically about females. Can you imagine somebody gets angry when you try to talk specifically about females, as in the definition of like the category of physical sex, and then getting angry in that discussion? When what other term could you use? And sometimes you're not talking about women. You're talking about people who can give birth. Sometimes you're not talking about females. Sometimes you're talking about people with uteruses, because not all females have uteruses as well. That's a fact, right? So maybe you're talking about a whole group of people that actually fall under literally only this category. But then you're going to get mad that people are using it like, I don't know. If it was like a slur or something beforehand, sure, I guess. But let's see. Let's read on. I don't feel like relitigating this whole meme. We're almost done. What is a female? I mean, it depends on the person defining it. If we're going to talk about female as in somebody with specifically XY chromosomes who can give birth, if that's your definition of female, then there you would go. But there are women who don't have XX chromosomes. Sorry, but there are women who don't have XX chromosomes and only XX chromosomes. So obviously we would now have to broaden the term, because you're not talking about, because that definition literally does not work if you're trying to be specific. If you're just talking colloquially, sure, whatever. All hell broke loose after I posted this, right? A smaller leftist YouTube show put out 5 separate videos skewering me about the tweet, while conveniently erasing the advocacy I had done on behalf of the transgender community. I could just say trans people. Now, I mean, is it not degrading to be like transgender community? They're just trans people as well. I'm not sure if you always say like the black community, the woman community. You can just say trans people. True. Like they're a group. Because you could also, because then you could be like, well, what are you saying? It's there's no difference between people saying that and people saying that being trans or gay is some sort of lifestyle when it's not, when it's just a state of being and not an actual lifestyle. You're like, community is like, that's something that they put together, right? Because then you could say that too. If you want to be facetious, but we're understanding right now, okay? That's what we are right now. They even went as far as drawing a link between my tweet and trans suicides, which sadly wasn't the most unhinged outcome of the debacle. So, like, I'm not sure what she's referring to here, but I will say that the language of people who can give birth and people with uteruses, right, specifically, and that being a more used term in specific situations can help some trans people not die. Some trans people don't get adequate care from their doctors and or are not taken seriously. And some of this language can actually help. There are trans men out there who do have problems with their reproductive organs that could benefit from some of this language changing a little bit. I personally think, especially since they are more likely to die in these sorts of medical complications in compared to the rest of the community of the rest of the uterus owning community. Right? TYT's volunteer YouTube chat moderators quit over the tweet. Okay, I mean, sure. And someone reported me to HR. TYT has HR. An on-air transgender contributor even resigned from the company. I remember, like she released a video, didn't she? Even resigned from the company after being urged by online mobs and leftist shows to do so. Don't you think it's a little wild to be like, hey, this trans person had a problem with the thing that I said about language that includes trans people? Because you're not just talking about cis women, you're also talking about trans people now as well. Don't you think it's a little reductive to be like, the only reason why she quit was because they were urged to by the mob online? And it couldn't be that, listen, if you can't finally, I guess in your 40 something years of life, came to the realization that not everybody on your side is always correct, haven't you come to the realization that you might not always be correct, and sometimes your position can be something that somebody disagrees with truly and finds offensive as well? That one might take another epiphany, unfortunately. That one might be true. That one might be unfortunate. We'll get there though, I promise. Curious that none of those shows hired her after she took their advice. Who hires people? Not all of us are TYT. I'm going to be honest with you. None of them hired her. Was she even looking for a job? Was she even looking for a job after she left TYT, or was she just kind of vibing, right? And how many people can just hire someone? We're not all TYT or I guess like Tim Pool's show or whatever. We could just like pick people on. All right, we can't do we can't do. Also, was she looking for a job, or after she left TYT, were we supposed to find her walking to her favorite local craft brewery for another round of her local town's ale, home brewed, and then black bag her and then put her to work in the fucking YouTube leftist shitter minds? Right, she wakes up chained to a computer with After Effects up, and then like a CRT TV flickers on in the corner of the room. Hello, transgender. In front of you is a Dell computer with 64 megabytes of RAM. I will need you to cut 54 hours of my stream. Turn them into YouTube videos and also answer my emails. Thank you. You will be paid in daily Danimals I will roll under the door. Where somebody was just supposed to just throw her in the mines. The second she was done, she could have just been vibing. I don't know. I don't know what she's doing. I don't even remember her name. I don't know what she's doing now. Whatever, I guess. I never apologized for that tweet, and I never will. The whole experience forced me to come to terms with the intolerance on the left and allowed me to publicly reject the ideological shackles that kept my world small and less informed. Once again, your job was being a political talking head. Why are you now admitting that this whole time for the last like 10 years you've been uninformed and in an echo chamber and unable to actually bring like holistic content? Because if this is true, this is admitting that she has been unable to bring holistic, well thought out, well reasoned political positions to her audience for the last 10 years minimum. Basic 9 years? Don't you think that's kind of a little wild? I just think that's a little wild. Hello, everyone. I would like to tell you that I've been terrible at my job the entire time. Or am I just reading this incorrectly? But this seems like, because when you're supposed to be a political commentator, like I know they're a biased commentator. I'm a biased commentator as well. I'm a talking head, right? We're all just talking heads, right? Like our job is to be able to say like what we believe in the moment. We're all just pundits. But I would imagine like to be a good pundit is to be informed. To be a good pundit is to be well read. To be a good pundit is to be a good pundit is to understand why you believe what you believe and understand why the people who you disagree with believe what they believe, and to be able to explain that, and not only that, be able to explain why you believe what you believe and why they disagree. Right? Like I thought like that was supposed to be the whole thing with what we're doing here. And obviously you can have a biased opinion. We're literally just giving our opinion. That's just my opinion though. I get it. But I would trust somebody who's biased and well read and who knows what the other side is thinking and feeling truthfully and actually can understand that, than somebody who is, because there's nothing wrong with bias in and of itself. But I would rather just that than somebody who is biased and has like no grounding for why they believe what they believe, or just believes in whatever I guess is popular on Twitter these days. Sake Pookie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Emotes out for Sake Tanuki. 5 nights at TYT. Pay attention to where the utero animatronic is at all times. Yeah, you see it running down the hall when you check one of the CCC TVs. Pops in through the door and shoots an egg at you. We're all in echo chamber. Do you mean like we're all in echo chambers? But I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong intrinsically with okay, so I don't think there's anything wrong intrinsically with being in an echo chamber. I think there's something wrong with never leaving your echo chamber, because when you're with your group of friends who likes the same things you do and does the same things you do, you're in an echo chamber, sure. But it's not about whether you're in one, it's about whether you know what's going on outside of one. That's the issue here. The issue is whether or not you are knowledgeable about what happens outside of your 4 walls, right? The issue is like, do you know what's going on in the outside world? Because if you don't, then yeah, you're not knowledgeable, and I don't think you can't give great analysis on an issue if you don't know what half of the people engaged in the issue are even thinking. And on the other side, like not knowing what a good chunk of the people who you're in the chamber with are thinking as well, I guess. I disagree with the sentiment, but the writing is fire. Thank you. Look at these circle jerkers. So true, though. Me and my friends actually always fight, thankfully. War. War. Good Lord. Today I'm less okay. Today I'm less certain and more curious than I was 4 years ago. Okay, I mean that's good at least. I've made humiliating mistakes while covering political news because I was previously unaware to consider or understand the perspective of Americans who vote differently from me. Well, I mean, I guess it's good that you're reading more. Sure. What to expect from Unaligned? Is this her new Substack or something? Is this like a pitch for her Substack? Is this just was all of this simply just an ad for her new Substack? Is she not a part of TYT anymore, and this is going to be her new source of income, which is like getting people into her Substack and writing like think pieces about why actually every single position between the two parties is the correct one? I'm hungry for dialogue and a space for in-depth analysis and a judgment-free zone. An echo chamber. A little padded room. Me and my padded room. That is what I plan to do here. Every week, I will provide subscribers with 2 to 3 written pieces that dig deeper into the big stories of the week with an intention of finding truth rather than promoting a political side. You weren't doing that before? A video post sharing details on breaking news and political events. A weekly podcast beginning November that will feature long-form discussions and debates with guests from all walks of life. Oh my gosh, she is going to be on Talk to Her. Engage with me in the comment section for paid subscribers. Join me as a part of the dialogue. Okay, sure, cool. I mean, that's interesting. Comment removed. Whatever happened to free speech? Funny, you blocked me on Twitter for politely warning about this. Matt, I blocked you because you and Jimmy and crew were openly making fun of Jimmy sexually harassing me at work. Is that true? I can't get past it or consider it under or consider it water under the bridge, but you can at least admit how cruel that was. Crazy if true. I don't know if it's true though. She's been at TYT since at least 2008. She only just cooked this up. Is this going to be one of those Donald Trump is appealing to the working class in ways Democrats never could, but Democrats never have been? Trump's administration's affinity for repealing Obama-era labor protections. Former president continues to increase his support among union members and the working class. Bill Clinton won a union vote by 30 in 1999. Time Hillary Clinton was running in 2016, the numbers were nearly cut in half to just 16 points. You'd think that bleeding the working class would translate into some level of panic for Dem leadership, but no. How can you say this when both Biden and Kamala Harris's entire bit has been we're the union presidency, we're the union guys, we love the union, we love the working class? Okay, sure, I guess. Like working class people are turning away from the Democratic Party because Trump appeals to them for like different reasons, for like for like because he's the culture war president. He's the culture war guy. He's appealing to them off of culture war issues, not that culture war issues that masquerade as economic issues. Racist reasons? Some of them are racist, yeah. Yeah, so some of them are definitely racist, but it's more just like a broad spectrum of conservative culture war bullshit that he's appealing to them on. Like I feel like a lot of people get lost in the sauce with thinking that people are turning to Trump because he's good on certain political issues when it's just simply not true. They believe that he's good on certain political issues, but his entire presidency proved that he says something, people think, yeah, I think that's pretty good. He actually tries to implement it, and people are like, oh my gosh, that's really bad. And it's just been that like cycle for conservatives for decades, honestly. And he's just fully leaned into it. But the Republican Party has leaned completely into being the minority party that criticizes but has no solutions for anything. But criticizing the people who actually have to do stuff will always be easier than being the person who has to actually do stuff, right? Because people don't expect conservatives to provide for them. People don't expect conservatives to be truthful or care about people like them or to actually provide for them or even follow through with most of the things that they're saying. That's not what they like Republicans for, and the polling kind of proves that out. Trump is getting votes from people who are like from people who are like, he doesn't care about people like me. He constantly lies. Yes, he tried to overthrow democracy, but like there's just something else in there. It could be immigration. It could be his stances on like women, black people, right? The people who they're just around. It could be the feeling that he's going to be good. But when it comes down to it, it's just if you gave a list of all of the things Donald Trump did in office to somebody and compared it to the list of things that the Biden administration supports and has done in office, that Joe Biden would win 65, maybe 70% of the vote. But that's not what we're talking about. And I know that because when you poll people on Biden's actual positions, they in the policy that he's put forward and or supports, they all poll at like 65, 70%. But when you ask people, what do you think about Joe Biden himself? It polls way lower. When you ask people about the things that Donald Trump has supported, like and has wanting to implement during his presidency, it would poll really low once he started to move forward and try and get it done. Beforehand, they were like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Once he started doing it, they're like, holy crap, this is terrible. And then his policy positions, and even if his policy positions on paper, most of them would poll very low. Incredibly, incredibly low. I know people tried to consider Kamala Harris and Biden like the vibes president, but Donald Trump is by definition the vibes president. He is the vibes candidate. He has always been the vibes candidate. That's literally his thing, is the vibes candidate. He's the vibes guy. He's just the vibes guy. You ask people what Donald Trump did while he's actually in office, I'm going to tell you 99% of people will tell you something that he literally did not do. People will actually tell you that Donald Trump improved the economy when he was in office. And then you ask those people, what did he do while in office that you like specifically? And almost none of them can say anything that he actually did. He passed one bill while in office, and it led to an increase in the wealth disparity and the deficit. And that's really all he did legislatively while in office. But people think that he was great on the economy because before he did anything, the Obama economy was doing pretty all right. And then COVID hit, and the first and only time he actually ever had to do anything while in office besides sit on his ass and tweet, he failed. He fucked up literally in a historic fashion. But people go, well, I mean, before he passed any laws, but before he passed any rules But while and before he passed any legislation, everything I was kind of feeling good. And Joe Biden didn't fix the economy instantly, so maybe he should be in office again. That is nothing besides vibes. And I know this because I've talked to Trump supporters. I remember when, like, in 2020, I had debates and conversations with multiple Trump supporters on stream, from chat, from other places, on Twitter. You ask them, what did Donald Trump do for you that he did so good on, that makes you think that he's good on the economy? And they'll tell you something that he literally never did. They'll pull, it's like watching a magician. They'll pull magic tricks in front of you to tell you that Donald Trump did this and like that, did this and like that. That they personally believe that he did to improve the economy, and there are things that he literally never did. I can't call that anything else but vibes. I hate to be the one to say it, but okay. Okay, Anna. I don't know. It kind of seemed like she was standing on, I can understand how her castle fell. It very much seemed like she built it on a very poor foundation to begin with, but whatever. Shark, could you please talk about my administration? Thank you so much for reminding me to talk about Argentina. Javier Milei, who's the real Javier Milei in my comment section right now. Argentina has the worst unemployment it ever has since it became a country. Incredible stuff is going on right now in Argentina. Remarkable things. I thought everyone was now a millionaire. Lord, I wish. Lord, I wish. Can you imagine how many aquariums I'd be building in my spare time if I was actually really unironically a millionaire? Man, so many. Oh, I'd have my saltwater shallow reef lagoon mixed reef with macroalgae tank up right now. Oh, and it would be so crazy too. It would go nutty. Yeah, who knew libertarian, the guy who wore a libertarian a superhero costume and who ran on being the I'm going to cut and destroy everything guy actually turned out to be a guy who would cut and destroy everything and it would be bad. I never would have thought that, actually. I'm so glad Argentina acted as the guinea pig for the world to find out that, yeah, these guys are actually dumb as hell and their policy will destroy your life. And Capistan is going perfectly. Have you played Tiny Glade? It's really been helping me relax after all these political talks. No, I haven't, actually. I have no clue what that is. Tiny Glade? It's a new game they just released. Is it like a... It's like a little building game? Like, it's like a city building game? Give me 7 more years. I think if Javier Milei is in Argentina, in power in Argentina for another 7 years, Argentina may actually not exist anymore. May actually unironically disappear. Shark, you gonna get Sparking Zero? Yeah, I did see that they started making animations where like animations and cutscenes where where like some of the hot anime girls are barefoot and they wiggle their toes in your face. And I was like, maybe I do need to pick this shit up. At first I was like, I don't really care about this, but then I saw that and I was like, this might be the game for me. So yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about next time the YouTube check hits, I might pick that up. Yeah, speed run to the world's first fourth world country. 99% chance of a civil war or something. Nah, I don't think there's gonna be like a civil war. I don't think there's gonna be like a civil war or something, but I think his ass is definitely not going to remain in office. I do think that. I could be wrong though, you know, who knows? Maybe Argentinians love maybe Argentinians love the really high unemployment. I don't know. I don't want to be racist. We love Hispanic whites, isn't that right here, chat? Meh. Not everything is bad. If you're an American, you will be able to open up a business with 50 employees for $300 a month. Okay. Wait a second, chat. We might have to move the stream dungeon into Argentina. That would be kind of cool. That'd be pretty badass, I think. I'm looking through my saved. I'm trying to see if there's anything interesting here. Yo, Chad, did you see that Myron of Fresh and Fit had like a mental breakdown? I was wondering if we should even look at this or not. Like, should we not give him the time of day? But I don't know. He's just, I don't know. Bro was just losing his mind. He's still alive? Some people would say, unfortunately. I'm not saying that I would, but I did hear some people say that before. He's going bananas. Didn't he get roasted by being by anti-Semitic Voltron? Some people would say hopefully, but I'm not saying I would, but some people would say that. Myron goes off on black people who want reparations. You know what? I don't even want to watch it. The more I started thinking about the words that he was saying, the more just kind of upset I got at, like, I don't know. It kind of disrupted my peace in my, you know, you ever hear something that kind of shakes your inner sanctum? Then my little world of peace in my heart. I was like, why would I subject myself to that? Did his girlfriend get an abortion? That was Fresh. The guy who we were looking at right there, that was Fit. Fit hasn't impregnated a woman yet, as far as we know. We've heard enough. That's true. You know who we haven't heard enough from though? Did you guys see you guys see what was going on with like Jordan Peterson and Russell Brand? Didn't Russell Brand just get, didn't Russell Brand used to be some sort of like anti-establishment atheist like weirdo guy? And now he's turned into he got banned on YouTube for being anti-Semitic or something, and now he's turned into a right-wing anti-Semitic evangelist or something. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. And then apparently Jordan Peterson and Russell Brand closed their joint speech by leading 25,000 people in the Lord's Prayer. Apparently they did a joint speech.
Unity, not imposed top-down.
Wait a second, pause. Can they be trusted? Wait a second. Can I see the right? Wait, okay, what is this?
Or new voluntary unity, not imposed top-down unity, Lord. Lord, I ask that we be brought together in these principles under your name. I pray for America, and if I have your permission, ladies and gentlemen, we'll end with the Lord's Prayer. Just do the version that you
Wait, what?
for new, voluntary unity, not imposed top-down unity, Lord. Lord, I ask that we be brought together.
Lord, bring about my internet politics into the real world, Lord. Lord, Lord, please let the Sigmas find their way above the betas in society, Lord. May the government no longer ban me from YouTube, Lord. May you restore my YouTube channel monetization, Lord.
Based in Red Pill.
In your name we pray. Hope the weekend is chill for you. Yeah, you too. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the Midnight Rider. 316. I appreciate you for the 199. Thank you. Thanks for the love. Lord, please stop the milk extraction factories. Jordan Peterson knows much about them. Lord, please, in your name we pray.
In these principles under your name, I pray for America and that you know. Our Father, just do the version that you know. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Hallelujah! Thanks, Dr. Peterson. Thanks, Brett Weinstein.
Okay. Brett Weinstein was there too? That's so funny. Brett Weinstein's really funny to me because he's the guy that conservatives love, because he positions himself as like the intellectual guy who sees through all the lies of the real intellectual guys. Since they have almost nobody who's actually in academia, they have to lean on him a lot. And he's like, you know, dumbasses on Twitter actually are kind of cooking if you think about it. Because academia cares way more about being right to other academics than what shitters on Twitter have to say. And I think like that's why we lose people. Joe Rogan's like, damn, that's crazy. Fuck, that's crazy. Yeah, man. Dark web, lala. Yeah, it's dark web because they never turned on the light. Light never came on for them. What is this? Peterson is not a Christian. By leading anyone in prayer is blasphemous. What is this? Beep beep. Well done, Netanyahu. We own. Oh, is this about the Israel blowing up all those pagers around Lebanon? We own your pagers. We own our cell phones. Sorry, we own your pages. We own your cell phones. God's chosen shows its might to the world at last. I'm not sure if I would have support that. Didn't a child die in those in that pager attack? And there are a lot of people who had those pagers who were not Hezbollah. Or a lot of them were just standing around in stores as well. Oh yeah, and then they said 25,000 people. I'm gonna be real, this is not 25,000 people. Yeah, this is not not the Gadsden flag. This is not 25,000 people at all. What the hell was this? Does anybody know what this was? Make America healthy again? Was this supposed to be a Robert F. Kennedy Jr. thing? Last thing I heard from RFK actually was that he said Donald Trump got his back blown out in the debate by Kamala Harris, and I actually haven't seen him on the trail ever since. Maybe after that performance, the campaign just pulled him off for not being able to spin. He was like, yeah, actually, Trump got bodied. I'm sorry. Kamala Harris did better in substance and structured and substantiveness, but he was on the screen. I thought that was actually Peterson. No, yeah, you're right. That is RFK. You're right. I thought this was somebody else. My bad. Yeah, you're so right that's RFK. I thought it was Peterson, but I forgot Peterson's wearing his like Two-Face Batman villain suit. Make America take its Flintstone gummies again. White man blindness. Yeah, sometimes I can't see them. Sometimes I cannot see them, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I wish I could. I wish I could, though. It'd be so cool if I could. It'd be so badass if I could. Fug. Fug. All right. Let me close out of this. We don't need this right now. We don't need this right now. Oh, you know, chat, I found something super interesting. Did you all see that Steven Crowder's wife has been tweeting? And it's not looking good for him. I'm gonna be real with you. Sorry I'm late. I'm not your boss, partner. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, Pookie. Yeah, you're right, ex-wife. My bad. I'm sorry. She has not talked about anybody that she is dating, but she has basically been subtweeting. Yeah, here, Hillary. If you don't remember, Hillary Crowder is the ex-wife of Steven Crowder, who was revealed to be abusing her for in ring camera footage, in other footage that we were able to find and release from the from the trial, from their divorce trial, and that was released by Hillary's family when Steven Crowder went on his show to throw the mother of his children under the bus by saying that she is a crazy, delusional woman, and we need to stop trusting women with our seed because some of them are just insane. And we'll say the darndest things. And so her family released the ring and security camera footage from around the house that revealed to show the things that he had been saying about her, like forcing her to work with toxic chemicals while she was pregnant, not helping pick up some of the slack when it comes to the house chores, even though his literal job is sitting in his chair and ranting like a lunatic. And he has a lot of time off, actually blowing cigar smoke in her face. And nobody can forget the threatening "watch it" when she dared to disagree with him when it comes to doing the chores around the house while he was literally sitting on his ass giving himself lung cancer and possibly the baby developmental issues. But who knows? Maybe it would have that anyways because unfortunately it is his seed. So we didn't hear much from Hillary after this. She had gone dark for a little bit. And obviously is just working through the divorce. Now, a lot of people were feeling bad for Hillary. Obviously, I feel bad for anybody who's being, abused. But on that note, it's not like she didn't know what she was getting herself into. She was married to Steven Crowder for a long time, while he was making racist videos about Barack Obama, about women, about abortion, about family, about women's role in society. She was married to him while he was going on screeds on his own show about how men actually have no role in women's So men actually have no role in like rearing children and raising children because men just aren't built for that. And so there's no reason for paternal leave to exist because there's nothing for him to do when it comes to raising his own children and taking care of them after the woman who he impregnated has now given birth. Right? So while he was working, like making videos on his making videos on in his little fuck dungeon that he calls like an office, like the showroom, right? He spent more time there putting his genitals on his workers and sexually harassing them than he was at home taking care of the multiple kids who he's made this woman pump out. Okay, so that's what we knew beforehand. And this story kind of went dark, right? Steven Crowder tried to make himself seem like a victim by saying that somebody wrote his address on a sweet potato that they threw at his door as a threatening omen against his conduct, and trying to say that his ex-wife now has not been picking up any slack and they're lying and all this stuff to give excuses about how he's a stay-at-home deadbeat dad. They focus more on his like weirdo racist show than actually taking care of his kids. But now we can hear some stuff from Hillary herself, because I actually found her account and she's been tweeting a whole lot more than she used to. This is the type of insight that we only get from situations like this, where somebody starts talking but not naming names, but you know who they're talking about in public to kind of blow off some steam, because he's been the only person with a large platform that we've been hearing the story from mostly. But now we get to kind of get to hear it from the woman herself. And I'm going to tell you that what she has to say for herself does not make this man look any better whatsoever, because she's just kind of been subtweeting him for the last little while, and it's not looked good. I'm gonna be real, it has not looked good. And it seems like finally, because she believed a lot of the horrible things about politics that he does, minorities, women. So it's not like she didn't know what was going on with this guy. She did know. That's partly why she married him. But it seems like maybe being abused by a conservative finally kind of woke her up. Unfortunately, it may have taken that, but let's take a look at some things, right? Let's take a look at her definite subtweeting. This is from Hillary Crowder herself. When one person in a relationship continually threatens suicide, this can actually be a form of covert control and extreme manipulation by the individual making the threat, regardless of proper response to notify them that you will call the police. So, is this what Crowder was doing outside of the stuff that we've seen? He was like, babe, please throw out the trash for me while I smoke this cigarette, or I'm gonna kill myself. Yeah, she was watching TikTok Therapist. Yeah, she finally realized that she was being abused by this man after like 15 years after watching TikTok Therapist. It actually woke her up. She's kind of tweeting like somebody who has that Tokyo Ghoul like depressed PFP. In this broken world, there are sadly sometimes necessary reasons to divorce. Falling out of love is not one of them. Sure, falling out of love is not one of them. So there are definitely reasons for why you need to divorce. Me, I definitely picked a good reason to divorce, but like falling out of love, no, that can't be it. So maybe she hasn't woken up completely, but this is just the conservative mantra of you need to stay together in bad relationships, in relationships where you're not even attracted or want to be with the person that you're married to, because you just shouldn't leave. I guess just never really leave, unless there are reasons that she personally likes that she thinks that you should leave. Then come on, and then you should hop out. Meaning what exactly? Tough it out even if you don't love the person. Yes, choose to love them even if the emotion isn't there. It's sanctifying to the soul and honorable and right to keep a vow. what do we live in like? Do we live in like 900s England? You need to keep a vow. I cannot leave. Yes, the landlord has taken all the wheat. And my family might starve this year, but I cannot go against my lord who I've made a vow to tend his fields. Yes, please spit in my mouth and fuck my wife, my lord. I'm telling you, a lot of conservatives have that English peasant mindset that yes, take all my wheat before winter rolls in, my lord. I've made a solemn vow to protect the fields with my life, my lord. Why? Right? I think you should try. I always think that you should try to make a relationship work unless something horrible is going on. So maybe that's something you can work on, right? Maybe you can learn to love them again. Who knows? But just being like, oh, you just need to because vows or something like I'm some damn medieval knight. I made a vow to me lord to protect the kingdom. I must lay down my life for this relationship I don't want to be in. Just for some reason, I don't know, completely weird to me. Another one, the logical conclusion is that many of the also I think personally, I think this is a subtweet. I personally think this is a subtweet to Crowder. Because remember, she didn't actually initiate divorce against Crowder. Crowder was the one who started the divorce proceedings by hiring divorce lawyers before she actually did. So this might be I think this is way closer to being a subtweet for him because she didn't do anything wrong as far as we saw. He just didn't really love her anymore because she wasn't picking up all the slack. And by slack I mean his slack, because he wasn't doing anything around the house besides puffing smoke into like the babies' faces and beating them. Does my background look like a gym in middle school? Stop bullying me! Stop bullying. I can't stream from over there anymore because my freaking ceiling got water damage and they're coming to fix it sometime and I'm not sure when. Wait, this is Crowder's ex? Yes, this is his ex-wife. This is his divorced wife. Yes, this is her Twitter account. It makes sense why she said, I love you and I'm committed to you in the video. Yes, because even though he was, let's be honest, abusing her this entire time and being just a complete bum to their 3 children, to her and their 3 children, being a bum who stays to put his balls on his workers' shoulders at work instead of coming home and helping her like cook and take out the trash and to take the dogs to the vet. Do anything around the house besides nothing. And yeah, and once again, remember, he initiated divorce proceedings by hiring divorce lawyers and starting to work with the court for a legal divorce before she did. So even after that watch it video, and even after her saying that there were like some threats, she still was looking to stay in a marriage with him, right? She wasn't looking to leave yet, keeping her and her children in that abusive relationship with this vile man. She was perfectly fine staying there. And that's why in the video, yeah, she was like, watch it. Yeah, and that's why in the video she was like, I'm gonna stay here no matter how many puffs of cigarette smoke you blow into my face to give tobacco brain damage to our baby. It does not matter. Right? Please make this work. And he just couldn't. The logical conclusion that many of the loudest voices in the manosphere that hold such contempt for women are deeply closeted. This is the spicy one for me. Okay, this is one of the spicy ones that she wrote. Many of the guys in the manosphere are actually gay. They hate women because they're the women hating secret, closeted, women-hating homosexuals who show their contempt for their own lives by being mean towards women. We knew, to be honest. I mean, a lot of people said that he a bit fruity, and that they just don't, and that he's just a bit of a freak. Like, remember when Greg Gutfeld said that when him and Crowder were hanging out, that he went to the bar with him, and he sat crisscross applesauce on the floor of the bar while sipping milk. Like, bro's an absolute freak. Obviously, he abuses his wife. Like, come on, who would be confused about that? I don't even have to know any of his political positions or anything. But yes, oh what? Yes, there were leaked text messages between a Gutfeld and another commentator that showed that Gutfeld was like, yeah, I was at a bar with Crowder and he was sipping on milk while sitting crisscross applesauce on the floor, like a freak. You know, sexually abusing his staff. There's all the type of like weird stuff. Him always wanting to be like a choir. Him always wanting to be a sort of singer in Hollywood or something. He always wanted to act. That's why his shows have those little production bits to them as well. Everyone just called him a weirdo. No one liked him. Here, let me see. Let's see if I can find something. I'm trying to pull something up. Really? What? This article left out the Greg Gutfeld thing? 1 second. Oh, this was so long. This is like multiple years ago now. Yeah, he was like berating his wife because she wasn't keeping up with her quote unquote wifely duties. Watch it. Yeah, he said you're not taking the car because if you refuse to do wifely things, then I'll have to go then I will go pick up the groceries myself. And she needed to take the car to leave, but he wouldn't give her the keys so she could get stuff done because he wasn't doing anything. He asked her to carry in the entire family's groceries by herself as a very pregnant woman, as he was sitting on his ass smoking on the porch. It's just, what is this guy? Let me see if I want to pull this up. I want to pull this up. This was years and years ago. No. No. I think like the Majority Report definitely did a video on it.
He avoided an invitation from Politicon this year to debate me. Wouldn't do it. Was afraid.
Hey, people.
Steven Crowder. That I saw these tweets from the great Vic Berger last night, and apparently Vic Berger back in the day.
Yeah, here it is. Yes.
Had a conversation with Greg Gutfeld. It looks like a DM. And now listen. Well, we'll get to this part, but apparently Vic Berger is talking out of school. You know, he's revealing the contents of a private conversation. But you know, to be honest, Greg Gutfeld's not that great of a person either. And so this is reporting. I don't think Gutfeld ever said this is off the record. So you know, that's what a good reporter does. You got to be careful when you talk to reporters, folks. So here's Vic Berger, and let's see some of these clips here. First, he says there's still time for Crowder to grow up when he finally comes out and marries his personal trainer. I wonder what that was supposed to be.
What?
Okay. I mean, Gutfeld's a funny guy. There you go.
Curious.
And He wouldn't. He has issues. I met him at a bar once, said Gutfield. He sat Indian style on the floor in the middle of a crowded bar. And Vic Berger said, "Ha, that's insane." He also, no joke, ordered milk.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Bro's a freak. Crisscross applesauce. Crisscross applesauce on the floor, sipping on milk. And being a little fruity with his personal trainer. He was always just been a peculiar guy. He's always just been a freak. Gee, please talk about this on the show. It would go so crazy if he talked about it on the show. It would go so crazy. Tyrannex, thanks for the gifted sub. Helping someone else join the frenzy me incredibly. Pog, I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And when he got clocked by that union member too, crazy. But yeah, basically, listen. If this is about Crowder, and the whole time she thought he's gay, well, Mary did by that shit. It's insane. Now we don't care if he's gay or anything, but he should just stop being mean to other gay people. If true, it's okay. It's 2024, bro. Do as you please. You can sit crisscross applesauce on the floor, drinking milk and sucking dick. Like, I don't care. Just don't be like a piece of shit, Just don't be the type of goober that you are. And the world would be a better place. That's what I think. They have very little, if any, attraction to women. Even if they never act on it, their true desire is to be with another man. Just incredible stuff coming out of Hillary Crowder here. No, you're not wrong. You're 100% correct. Only closeted men will disagree with you. Only the gay sexuals will disagree with you. And now she's posting about Myron Gaines, about how he's apparently gay. Tree of logic. A lady, sooner you realize that Myron Gaines, aka Omaru Foodle, is gay, the harder you will laugh at him. Not the. I mean, like, I laugh at him because he's crazy, but I'm not sure about the gay thing, but whatever. He wants women eliminated so he doesn't have to compete with us for men. I gotta be careful with some of these. What is not them putting together the homo reel. Cut him some slack. Cut that boy some slack. This is crazy. Look at these boys laying in a bed together. I'm not sure if she has like a picture here where he pulls his cock out or something. Oh, good Lord, this music. So I gotta be careful here. Oh, apparently these are what I will say, what is he doing? But maybe he's just hanging out with his boys, right? I can't. He's possible, he's just, bro. Maybe he's just hanging out with his boys. Don't you hang out with your boys and grip his titty up a little bit? I'm gonna say, and this happens every time. This happened with George Santos. This happened with Madison Cawthorn. Happened a little bit with Lindsey Graham. Like, these guys look a whole lot happier doing this stuff that we get a little glimpse of than yelling and being angry and crying on their show about this, that, and the third that they're angry with. They all look happier. Like cross-dressing and being a little silly with the girlies and some of their boy girlies, than like the crap that we see them normally do. I'm just gonna be honest that maybe if you just decided to be yourself and not an insane right-wing conspiracy theorist, anti-Semitic freakazoid, then maybe you would be a little happier, maybe a little poorer, but maybe your soul wouldn't be as heavy. You ever think about that? You will never see Myron Gaines this happy around women. I'm not gonna lie, they're kind of cooking him a little bit. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but she actually is cooking him just a little bit. And she's kind of right. I've never seen that man smile when a woman is like in his peripheral. I have never seen that man smile when a woman is present. I'm so sorry, but like it's kind of true. It is true. It is true. Even I don't even think he's brought his girlfriend on or something, and he smiled. It's a bit curious. It's a bit silly. Okay, chat though. Advice from chat. Advice from Shark Redeemed. Aria, hit me. What do you need? And also after this, we're gonna take a little break. Around the 15 or so intermission. And then we'll come back and talk about some more stuff. I need to pick up the girly from work. So there's just a drive there and back. Just a 5-8 minute drive. So we're going to go on a little recess. You guys should stand. Take your medicine if you haven't. Drink some water. Right after this, and I'll come back. We'll talk about the we're just going to be reading some of the Trump Truth Nuke. This is going to be a multi-day thing because I kind of want to be more knowledgeable about it before, and then we'll do a more concise segment on that stuff later. Did you ever try as trafficking? I love trafficking women. How can us leftist Floridians survive this election? Talk to people. Get engaged with your community. Get engaged with like-minded Floridians. As well, help each other, stay connected, stay involved, and make sure that you don't just give up hope. Florida can change. Florida's been really bad before, and it can get a whole lot better. It has the opportunity to, but it won't as long as the people of Florida don't work for it. So those of you on the ground that are still a little sane, where the mosquitoes haven't infected you with some horrible brain worm, you all could work together and you can change things. You really can. It starts with you. All right. Just stay safe out there, Pookie, okay? All right. I will see you all in just a bit. We're going to go into the intermission screen. Enjoy the music, and I'll be back. All right, chat? See you in a sec. All right, shitters, I'm back. Bruh. All right. All right. Whoops. All right, chat. You ready to get back into it? We were jamming, nerd. We were jamming hard. Okay. It's time to get bodied, though. You're done jamming. It's time to jam to peculiar things that Steven Crowder's ex-wife has said on Twitter. Okay, let's go with pink today. I'm feeling a little pink today. Why not? All right. Back to work. You're right. Back to work. That's how it goes. Back to work. Back to work. Hello, Stinkpot. Have a fish? What do you mean? Like grab one of the fish? Yeah. They left it, so yeah, probably. I mean, if you're wondering, just ask. I'm pretty sure my mom made them. So just be like, hey, could I grab one of the fish? She'll probably be like, yeah. Okay. We continue on. Where did we leave off? Oh yeah. There was this one too. This one was peculiar. Many of the men most obsessed with women being trad wives probably don't even know how to do traditional masculine things themselves, like fixing a car or basic handiwork around the house. It's kind of funny. We talk about that too. Like these guys, they want the women to take up their like traditional feminine trad wife roles, but these guys aren't doing the traditional man trad husband things, trad man things. You ain't fixing the car. You're not painting the walls. You're not, bro. You ain't lifting the couch and moving it to the other side of the house, bro. You ain't doing none of that. You cuff your jeans and you put on conservative branded beard oil. You ain't that guy, bro. You're not doing all the things that you said that you should. It's just, and these guys don't even listen. It's kind of crazy. These guys don't even have the money to be able to keep up with this the way that they guys don't even have the money to keep up with the lifestyle that they say that they want these women to be a part of. And if they did, and when they do, still, when they do, sometimes they don't put out like that. And then they're like, I can't believe these women are so entitled. Right? If you want that trad wife thing, like obviously she's gonna be having her hand out asking for money to buy this and that. That's the point. That's literally the point. So they want all the upsides without having to do any of the work. Everybody want a breeding box, but nobody want to do any of the work. What's up, babe? What? Why do you gotta take them from me? I was having so much fun with them. You can, though. You've been doing fine so far. Oh, whatever. People drive like maniacs over here. They drive like maniacs everywhere. Welcome to American roads. Probably roads just in general, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I've seen enough crazy British people to know that they be driving insano style everywhere they can. Doesn't matter. They demand a submissive. Look at all the conservative women in here realizing that these guys they're not like that. I mostly trad with home cooked meals, laundry service, kids after school activities. Saved my daughter's day today when I dropped her off at her b-ball game when she forgot it. But I'll be damned if spoken down to or scolded in my role. I'll state my piece to my man. I think that's amazing. Can you imagine that how they have to have this, how they have to even have this conversation? Like how bad things have had to have gotten in the conservative sphere. Like they even have to have this conversation. They have to have the listen. Yeah, I'll do work, but I'm not doing the whole you get to beat me whenever you want thing. Like that was even on the table. What? Those are the type of relationships that's the line that that even has to be said here. And they don't respect women too. A guy who hired a handyman has no place objecting to his wife hiring a house cleaner. Or instead of hiring somebody to do the housework, you two just clean the home that you both live in. Like a grown adult. That could go kind of crazy too if you think about it. Like, hey babe, it's time to clean that. Oh my gosh. It's time to split up the work for the house and then do it. Wow. Oh man, who could have seen this coming? There was a cleanup after yourself? Wow. What, clean as you go so you won't have to think about hiring a maid and a cleaning service to be able to get your living space in order? Something that you should be able to do yourself. Listen, if animals in the wild can keep their homes clean, why can't you? I'm just gonna be honest. I've seen a lot of birds cleaning out their nests, and I've seen a whole lot less trad video watching the under 32 boys cleaning their room recently. I'm just gonna be real. I'm just gonna be real. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's just a bit curious, is it not? Just a bit curious, isn't it? And this post was kind of wild. Why are you on here? I will often get some iteration of that question for my posts. Many, not all of my posts, are about destructive relationship dynamics. This isn't out of bitterness or revenge. So this is just kind of, for me, this tweet, I pulled up this tweet specifically because this kind of proved to me that she's tweeting all of this at the end of the day is indeed a subtweet of Steven Crowder. All of this is a subtweet towards Steven Crowder. All of these posts, at least she's at least thinking about the, oh man, what that man did to me with all of this type of stuff. All of it. Like absolutely all of it. So this is proof. Like many if not all of these posts are about destructive relationship dynamics. It's not out of bitterness or vengefulness. Because this has to mean that she's talking about Crowder here. If it has to be bitter or vengeful, like she's getting back at something. And then I want to go with this one because this one's kind of really interesting to me. This one's really interesting to me. I'm so sorry, she begins. After becoming a single mother, words I never thought I could that would possibly describe me, I have much remorse. I have much remorse for the judgment I held for the women that find themselves in this position. I guess she means I have so much more remorse, or now I have remorse for the judgment I held against women who find themselves in this position. Every story is different. Many are simply doing the best they can, loving their children and creating a happy home under circumstances that are not ideal. It's kind of crazy how a grown adult needs to have this done. Do you guys remember a story that we went over a little while ago? It was a Canadian story about this father who kept saying horrible things about his child, releasing the personal private medical information about his kid, going on to shows and shows on like TV and also on YouTube and podcasts to disparage his child, the mother of his child, and the court system and everything, and how he just completely went mad with power when he realized that his kid was going in a direction that he didn't approve of. And what I'm talking about, it was the man whose child was trans. They were transitioning. If I remember correctly, from man to woman. From woman to man. They were a trans man, right? Their kid was a trans boy, and he completely lost his mind. He went on screeds and tirades online. He would wear the face and the medical information of his child and like in the mother of his child on a t-shirt. He would like misgender, and he would say all these terrible things that they're like brainwashed and he needs to change them. And obviously this led to a divorce and also a court proceeding as well about all of this. And what happened at the end is that he lost, obviously, because he was treating his kid absolutely terribly, putting words in their mouth that they never said, making assumptions and not actually accepting and being a part of the kid's life. Instead, always demeaning, belittling, verbally abusing, and scaring the child instead of actually trying to be a good father. And when the judge saw that, what the judge did was they ruled, not only do you have to stop doing this, because the judge ruled in it as the court proceeding was going on, and as he was realizing that he might be losing, he then released the medical information of his own kid, the personal information about like even some of it contained like aspects about their like, private parts and stuff. Horrible, nasty, disgusting things that this guy was doing, all because he was vindictive of the court for not believing him when it comes to him wanting to put his child through like conversion therapy, right? And trying to get one over on the court, his child, get one over on the court, his ex-wife and even his own child, for internet clout on like Crowder's show or like a Ben Shapiro or like any of these other like conservative freakazoid accounts, right? And not only did the judge rule against him that he has to, I think he had to go to prison for one, that he viewed himself as a victim for all of that because of him releasing all this private information. He also released the name and address of his child's doctor to act as a vengeful attack against the doctor for doing nothing but just providing the court the information that they accumulated over caring for the child. He posted that doctor's name, face, and information online to hopefully have like some harassment attack, somebody kill him, who knows, happen against him. Yeah, they even doxed his own kid's doctor. Not only did he have a judgment ruled against him for those actions and have monetary and penal repercussions, as in jail, but also what the court ruled was that he needed to. He also, on top of the penalty that he has to serve, was also having more empathy. Yeah, the judge actually wrote that he needs to go to classes to be able to empathize more with what his child is going through, to be able to think more about what he was doing and how that affects his kid, and less of just being so consumed by how this affects him personally. And so what it was court mandated empathy. And I think, and we talked about that for a little while, and how I think not only is that a good thing that the court mandated that, like weirdo rehabilitation, thankfully, chud rehabilitation, but also how we need to bring that here a lot more. There needs to be court mandated empathy, like a civil court for when you act like this, when you act like Hillary Crowder here, that you need to be taken to court and have court mandated empathy be dropped on your shoulders. There's no reason for why a grown woman with multiple children, who's been married, who's had a job, who's lived at least like 40, 45, possibly 50% of her life already, is just now on God's green earth, developing empathy for once for women. This first time on September 26, 2024, 7:22 p.m., this woman developed empathy. This grown woman, this mother, this absolutely grown woman, this grown adult developed empathy for the first time. And this isn't the first time I've seen something like this. I mean, we've seen instances where conservative politicians have been super anti-gay, anti-trans, like sometimes anti-black, until they have somebody in their life personally who makes their position affect them or someone who they love negatively. That makes them want to change their mind after that, because they, for some reason, the only thing that'll change these people's minds is them personally suffering. The only thing that gave this woman the kick that she needed to be able to have empathy for people who've suffered through relationships falling apart, and not them being slut, dumbass, low IQ floozies who need their voting rights taken away and who need to close their legs. Think for a second, hey, maybe sometimes relationships don't work out and it's not their fault. Maybe that is. For the first time, 7:22 p.m., September 26, 2024, this grown woman developed empathy, finally developed a human emotion. She finally, in my opinion, she finally became anything that we should even resemble as an adult. For the first time in her entire life, she started to show that she has actually become an adult. And I think that's just really unfortunate. It shouldn't have taken you being abused by your husband to get you to think that, hey, maybe women didn't ask for it when they became divorced. Hey, maybe women didn't ask for it when they became single mothers. Maybe it's just not completely their fault. Maybe they had some situations similar to me. Maybe I can understand how people aren't just worse than me simply because they end up in bad situations. Maybe one day she'll learn the same thing about homeless people, or people with mental illnesses, or people with drug addictions as well. Maybe she'll learn the same thing about immigrants, or who knows? Who knows what type of person? Who knows what type of situation she could find herself in next to develop the new form of empathy. But yeah, I think this is unfortunate. It's very telling, because there's a lot of people and there's a lot of conservatives that think just like this. A lot of their ideology wraps around with fuck you, I got mine. It's either F you, I got mine, or F you, I'm getting mine soon. That's in that category. That's where the temporarily embarrassed millionaire stands. The F you, I will get mine. The type of person who's living paycheck to paycheck and in a dead-end job. Who's watching conservative videos and thinking to themselves that one day they're going to be rich just like that. That's why we can't have these laws come about that do things like have marginal income tax rates on people like Elon Musk, because he's super cool and defending democracy. I'm gonna be rubbing shoulders with him maybe someday. I'm gonna be rich just like him one day, as they realize slowly as life is ticking away, they're going to live the rest of their life on Medicaid, probably, if nothing better happens. Wondering if they should go to work, or if they should go to work even though they feel sick and realize that they can't go to the doctor because they don't have the money to yet, and wondering if they should split their money between paying rent and having their first general practitioner doctor's appointment checkup since in like 30 years. Maybe only then will they realize that there's a problem. Some people only realize empathy on their deathbed, that they're wrong. We saw that a lot during COVID. There are a lot of stories from nurses who were treating patients who were literally dying, who were dying in their hands, in the like hospice, ICU, intubated, oxygen levels rapidly dropping because they were licking doorknobs for fun because they thought that the government was lying to them about the China virus. to take away their freedom and then they finally realize as their air is, as it's hard to breathe and their life is flickering, that they realize that they were wrong. And the only thing that was taken from them has been their own life through their own stupidity and possibly gullibility as well. Unfortunately, that's what we're looking at right now. We've seen it before. And so I'm not saying that she deserves to have been, her and her children deserve to have been abused and now she's divorced. But listen, if this is what it takes to get somebody to finally grow a new piece of humanity to make them whole, then I'll absolutely take that over them learning nothing. Thank you, Hillary Crowder. At least you can, in all the things you've been through, you can act as a learning experience for us all. It sucked, but you finally grew. At least the suffering she went through led to a modicum of character development. She's not there all the way just yet, but you know, she's better than what she used to be. Thank you, Hillary C. Very cool. It's so true. Yeah, did you see that Donald Trump is back in Butler? And he hasn't gotten shot this time? But he's going to town in Butler. He's back in Butler once again to have a little rally. And he even invited Elon Musk to come out too. There's some interesting moments.
Now, I believe, as sure as I'm standing here today, that what happened was a true miracle. And on that day, America felt the truth of Scripture. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me.
It's very funny because Donald Trump, for one, is not a Christian. And two, he was scared as shit. My man was scared as shit. And he has PTSD about it too. Like, this is, let's just be honest with ourselves. Had you, like, a lot of people show that picture of him with his like fist up. Did you see what he was doing when he realized that he was bleeding? My man was on the with blood coming down his face. Bro, he is, I shall fear nothing. He had a lot of fear in him. He was scared and traumatized. Like, oh, okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Does Trump know that? Does Trump know that scripture? Because I'm telling you right now that he did not look good.
Because I honestly believe that what happened right here in Butler is a metaphor for the United States of America.
How?
In this land, we may get knocked down, but we get right back up and we keep fighting because
we get knocked down, but we get up again. Is that really? But, you know, I heard a song about Donald Trump once. Okay. All right, buddy. All right. Wow, he's really cooking there. Junior decided. Oh, my bad. Eric decided to show up.
And it has not worked.
Wow, he really does sound annoying.
And then, guys, they tried to kill him. They tried to kill him. And it's because the Democratic Party, they can't do anything right. They can't do anything right. You
kill him? Is that what you mean? That they didn't, like, the Democratic Party didn't finish him off in Butler like 2 months ago, or do you mean like doing so? What do you mean they can't do anything right? Is he trying to say that they didn't kill him because Nancy Pelosi is not a good shot? Like,
see it this week in the FEMA response in North Carolina and in Georgia and in South Carolina.
I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
Here, we can all feel it. This is no longer a fight between Republican versus Democrat, left versus right. It is good versus evil. And
You know what? She's right, but she's on the evil side, unfortunately.
So our message is very clear. If you are a person who is considering cheating in our elections, we will find you, we will track you down, and we will prosecute you to the full extent of the law.
You know what's really funny is that literally this week, a Trump supporter was found, prosecuted, and sentenced to 9 years in jail for trying to help Trump overthrow the government and stay in power after he lost the election in 2020. She literally was faking ballots and doing incredibly illegal things. We're going to read more about that here soon. This week, there's not been a single Democrat that has been convicted over election fraud or anything, but a lot of conservatives have. Giuliani has, Steve Bannon has. Now this new woman has. Like, all this, it's crazy how everybody, all these guys keep complaining that Democrats are the ones who are tampering in the election, but it's only Republicans who keep going to jail for literally just that. It's so wild, isn't it? But if you thought that was it, it wasn't. They also invited Elon. They also invited Elon to show up. He puts on a little black Trump hat. First time he's seen something black since he left South Africa. Trump hopped on stage.
For 16 harrowing seconds during the gunfire, time stopped as this vicious monster unleashed pure evil from his sniper's perch, not so far away. But by the hand of Providence and the grace of God, that villain did not succeed in his goal, did not come close.
Nah, he actually got really close. And you know that's a lie. Come on, be honest. You know he got really close, actually.
At this time, it is 6:11, 12 weeks to the minute that the shooting began. I would like to ask everyone to join me in a moment of silence.
Why'd they start playing the Undertaker's theme? When it's like, oh, is this when Corey Comprador opens the casket and it's like, the bell tolls for thee? What is happening? What? Moment of silence. Dung. Whatever happened to the silence? Do you know what moment of silence is?
Everyone to join me in a moment of silence.
It's so creepy. I'm gonna be. It's so funny. What in the world is? Oh, he dead. For our dearly departed and those of us who were shot in the 16 harrowing seconds where that demon released hell from his sniper's perch, I would like all of us to join me in a moment of silence. Okay. All right, buddy. I have no clue why that was. Actually have never. Whose idea was that? Rip Trump's ear skin. Rip the 1 nanometer of Trump's ear skin. Corey Comprator out of nowhere with the steel chair.
We have a lot of them. Over the past 8 years, those who want to stop us from achieving this future have slandered me, impeached me, indicted me, tried to throw me off the ballot.
They indicted me.
And who knows, maybe even tried to kill me.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Who knows what happened, right?
Nobody's gone through what we've gone through.
Listen, everybody needs to tone down the hateful rhetoric. That's why Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris tried to kill me.
Nobody, because I go through it, you're going through it too.
Is that not copyrighted? We'll live.
But there's never been anything like this.
We'll live.
You know, I always say there's an enemy from within and there's an outside enemy. And if you're smart, the outside enemy is not going to be a problem. Russia, China, North Korea. We're not going to have a problem if you have a smart president. If nobody's gone.
Enemy from within, huh? I didn't know bro started playing XCOM. He's been off the campaign trail so many days. I guess that's what he's doing in his spare time, right? On Trump Force 1. Playing XCOM, how very fun. Nice. I love the literal Nazi rhetoric coming from the guy who has a chance at being the president in a couple months.
American car company in generations and his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Come here. Take over, Elon. Yes, take over.
Why does he do? He keeps doing this weird little jump that he does. Look at this clown. Somebody got a picture of it too. Every single time I see this guy, he's always trying to. Elon always acts in Fortnite emotes. He only emotes, you know. He's like. He always goes back to his right. It's so weird. It's so weird, dude. I've never seen. Why is he jumping? I don't know. He started doing this a little while ago. Can somebody edit him here as Jesus on the cross? That's what, because that's how he views himself. I know that's true. This is what it feels like to be ratioed on Twitter. Me when I'm crucified. You know how he's jumping like, chat? You know what this jump reminds me of? It reminds me exactly of this. Like, take it away, Elon, take it away. He hops on stage. Credits roll. Credits rolling. Thank you. Impaled by the corner of the Tesla was a real trip. Whoosh, man. I knew that song immediately. Yeah, he's about to go into his anime girl transformation. What is he doing, man? He's such a freakazoid. I hate this guy so much. He's so goofy. Grown ass man too. Oh, what the hell? Grown man. Fangirling on stage, wild stuff. Let's see what he had to say.
The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech. They want to take away your right to bear arms. They want to. They want to take away your right to vote effectively.
That's kind of crazy from the guy who supports purging voter rolls of perfectly fine voters, just to hopefully get an edge. They want to take away your right to vote. How? Effectively, he says. I don't know how that would ever be affected in any way. How? Dude, on the website you own, the guys who get the most amount of views and clicks are people who literally say they want to repeal the 19th Amendment, allowing women to vote. And that, but apparently it's the Democrats. Do you mean by allowing people to gain citizenship and then vote, that's taking away other people's right to vote? Is that what that means?
14
is that what you're saying?
now that don't require voter ID. California, where I used to live, is just passed a law banning voter ID for voting.
You already are registered to vote. You have to be registered to vote. You know that, right? You think people vote by just kind of walking into a gymnasium one day and then just signing a piece of, they're just like writing on a piece of paper and then going home? Is that it? How's that taking? Other people in your community are allowed to vote. How in the world is, but this is horrible. My vote is being effectively taken away. I guess that's what that means.
If people don't know what's going on, if they don't know the truth, how can you make an informed vote? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment. And the Second Amendment is there to ensure that we have the First Amendment.
Cringe. Okay, listen. If he's like, we need to stop these migrants from voting or something, can we start by deporting him? Get this man out of our country. Can we hashtag send him back to Africa? Please. Send him back to Africa. Send him back. The funniest thing about this, though, is the fact that if we were stopping people from voting by how stupid they were, like, people who use Twitter more on average should have their right to vote taken away. Like, people like him, I'm going to be so honest with you. If you just look at him, you're like, oh yeah, this guy shouldn't be able to vote. If you look at his Twitter timeline, you'd be like, oh yeah, this guy literally can't make good decisions. He just can't. He can't do it. He literally lives in a bubble he formed. He lives in a bubble of disinformation he forms. You know, the craziest thing about it, right, is that the community notes on Twitter. The community notes is a way for the community who like sign up to the program to fact check tweets when people are spreading disinformation. Elon Musk is like one of the top 5 most community noted accounts on the entire platform, because every other word that comes out of his mouth is simply objectively a lie. And so this guy who knows less and lies more while pretending to be smarter than your average voter is sitting here talking about, oh yeah, Twitter is what lets me know how connected I am to reality. Oh, the free speech on Twitter. Because this guy, just so you know, he literally says that he only gets his information from Twitter. That's something that we would say that's a poor quality trait of like a 17-year-old. But this guy does it. People say that to be like, oh man, I'm so, to like dog on themselves for being so disconnected from what's going on. He says, I only get my information from Twitter as a 50-year-old man, as like a badge of honor. Because the media is always lying to me. And shit fart MAGA 225, shit fart MAGA 1488 it brings me the real truth on twitter.com. You see shit fart MAGA Trump overlord 1488 brings me the real juice. And that's why I know we can't trust the mainstream media, the lamestream media. Sorry. Almost, I dead named them. Nice one, Elon. Very cool.
For people, but I love it much better because there's one teleprompter. Not that I use the teleprompters too much. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't need a teleprompter?
He definitely needs a teleprompter. Let's just be honest with her. His rallies are like 5 hours long because he doesn't have a teleprompter. He starts rambling. And not only does he start rambling, he starts to get nervous too. Remember when Kamala clapped him on stage about people leaving his rallies? He remember it. Actually, it still stings with him. He still remembers it. Like the other day, he went on a little rant on his rallies about it. Let me see if I can pull this up. He's actually really mad about it. Still to this very day. I saved so much stuff. Where is this? Oh, I know I saved it. Where are you? Where are you? Yeah, here it was. Yeah, literally a couple of days ago, this was him. Actually still molding about this.
Nobody ever leaves. I want to explain something. The people that you see leaving, because nobody ever leaves. And when they do, I finish up quick, believe me. But I couldn't take pictures at the beginning. So I take them at the end sometimes. If I'm late, the plane gets late, you get delayed, lots of things happen. There's a little hurricane going on in Florida, as you know. And so what they do is they say, oh, please come up now at the end of my speech. I said, don't do that. Because it looks like they're leaving, like your husband who owns this place. I want to...
This is actually just maximum cope. Listen, people aren't leaving. They're not leaving. None of them are leaving, okay? I promise you. They're not. And if they are leaving, it's, you know, sometimes they leave, but I'm a little late. I'm late. So the hurricane, it made me late. And so that's why they're leaving. But they wouldn't be leaving for any other, they're because nobody leaves. And if they are leaving, they're leaving because somebody else did that for me. They had an ivermectin ad. Wait a second. I didn't peep that. Wait a second. Are you sure? I saw something. Wait, I didn't even notice that. Wait, on screen, ivermectin, we've got you covered. What? What, they're selling horse pills by the bottle? Dude, look at the blue bottle. That's the type of medicine that my dog's medicine comes in. No, they're actually selling horse dewormer in little COVID survival packs. They're selling vet animal medicine to Trump supporters for save $45 with code RSBN. Yo, how do you do this? You're actively killing your viewer base. Got worms? We've got you covered. This is who made this ad? Tell me. We need to throw him in jail with the quickness. I've never seen someone who needs to be thrown in like in like Florence Supermax. Like, we need to put him in like we need to build a prison on the bottom of the Marianas Trench and then put him in there so he doesn't get out. They're selling ivermectin in dog medicine bottles. If you keep this up, there won't be enough Trump voters left in about a month for him to win, dude. You're literally killing his voter base, man. Oh, Elon. I didn't show you the first thing Elon said when he got to the podium because this one's an all-time banger.
Hi, everyone. As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA.
He couldn't even get a laugh out of it, man. I'm dark MAGA. See, my because my hat, it's black. Okay. All right, man. How is he such a dog shit speaker? He looks like he's about to cry.
And if people don't know what's going on, if they don't know the truth, how can you make an informed vote? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. President Trump must win to preserve the Constitution. He must win to preserve democracy in America.
They were like, should we? Even Trump supporters can't follow this disjointed nonsense. They were like, are we supposed to clap there? Okay. She gets. We must vote for Donald Trump, or else America will be gone, dude. Okay. Sure. All right. Okay. Do we like this guy? Are we supposed to like him? Okay. All right. Well, back in, it seems like the Butler rally is definitely something weird. He's trying his best. He's trying his best to keep that magic up. I don't need it. I don't need a teleprompter. I don't need one. Even though literally the other day he stopped talking because his teleprompter broke. But okay. That is his medically necessary cat. You're so right. You're cooking so hard. Being a Trump speechwriter must be the most do-nothing job ever. Remember when he was talking to Jake? Yeah, Jake. Remember he was talking to, or was it Logan Paul? Does anybody remember? Remember when he was talking to Logan Paul and he said that he learned about Chat GTP? He learned about Chat GTP and he started using it for his speeches. So yeah, I mean, I guess it is the most do-nothing job ever. He actually offloaded it to Chat GPT. Thank you. I needed this. Actually, this is Elon whenever you say something mean about him on Twitter, just so you know. This is what it feels. This is what Elon feels every time you're mean to him. So stop. Good ending. So stop. Stop it. He dies every time you call him out. He dies really hard. Hey, Shark. Hey, Shark. Hey, Shark Chat, 2 hours behind. Probably won't catch up. Hey, Cross. Looks like Cross has got here and she's catching up for the stream. Maybe one day she'll make it. Dude, look at this picture. Dude, look at this. He's like, God, he's cringe. He's looking back. Listen, you can't. Trump is one of those bitches where he'll lie, but you know his face will always tell the truth. He cannot hide how he's feeling on his face. My goodness. He looks so creepy in that image. That's just how he normally looks, so. It's so funny. Elon spends more time with Trump than he does with his actual kids. Kind of blows your mind, doesn't it? Now, what the hell are you doing back there? What the hell is this guy up to? Look at bro. Trump really did get bro's pussy wet. Look, he's looking at him with hungry eyes. What is that, man? Yo. Thank you. Oh, he touched me. Thank you, Mr. President. I feel like a vampire who just touched holy water. That's the power of dark MAGA. You think he started growling? Trump run. You have an amazing dumpy, Mr. President. He looks constipated. That's a cat stare. Yeah, that's a cat stare if I've ever seen one. That's a cat stare if I've ever seen one. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like it. Not one bit. Not one bit. No, not at all. Is that Elon? Yeah. Ooh, chat the new Marist poll just dropped. Let's give her a lookie. New Marist poll just dropped. National poll from Marist, NPR and Marist, as we know. Harris up 2 points, 50 to 48. Still pretty close race. Generic ballot, GOP gained 1 point. Somehow the GOP gained 1 point in the generic ballot, but also Kamala Harris gained 1 point. So now she's overperforming the generic ballot. I don't know. I've been seeing this we've been seeing this a bit. This has been a reoccurring theme that Trump has been outperforming down ballot Republicans and Kamala Harris has been outperforming the generic ballot. Just by a bit though. But yeah, she's been outperforming the generic ballot a decent amount. I've been very curious about why that is and where that's going to go. That being said, the generic ballot is hovering around plus 2 points, like 2.2 or something for Democrats at the moment, which is pretty interesting because you would imagine in this environment that it should be a more Republican leaning election year. But hey, listen, even in 2022, when what was the generic ballot, like Republicans plus 3? Even in 2022, Democrats still did pretty dang good with a bad generic ballot. I think it's more like people wanted Republicans, just not those Republicans. And by those Republicans, they mean just about every Republican that was running for office, which is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. So pretty surprising. Trump in this poll though is winning independents by 4. Pretty surprising. That we see like a 14-point shift in independents here. Little curious, but also Harris is winning Democrats more than Trump is winning Republicans too. We usually see that. That happened in 2020 as well, so I can see that. In registered voters, Harris is up 3. In likely, Harris is up 2. Trump gains 1 point, but Harris hits 50 in both. This one's interesting too, where men are voting for Trump by almost the same margin that men are voting for Trump in this poll by almost the same margin that women are voting for Harris, which is really interesting. I just don't think we're going to see this type of disparity between like in men, like this 57-41. I just don't think we're going to see this type of disparity in men. I really don't think so. I just really don't think so. I think there's going to be a disparity. I think there's going to be a type thing. The numbers are going to be very far apart, but mimicking each other, I really think that Harris is going to bring home more women than Trump does men. Even if Trump wins, I personally think that. That's just my opinion. From what I've seen, it seems like Trump is lagging behind with men more. Trump is lagging behind with men compared to Kamala Harris's lead with women is what we've seen. But this is really the kicker too. Right, because even though Kamala Harris is only up 2 points here, and the generic ballot is even. Look at this: suburban voters, 55-43. You know that it's so weird because these polls are just all over the place. They're crazy because somehow Trump is leading by 4 points in their poll by with independents. Trump is +4 with independents, right? And this would be his best performance with independents by like 14 points, right? If this were true. But also somehow suburban voters are voting for Kamala Harris by a 12-point margin? Yeah, by a 12-point margin. Suburban voters are voting for Harris by a 12-point margin. Somehow. So I don't even know how this like compares itself, because Kamala Harris has been really in a lot of these polls running up the numbers with suburban voters. The burbs are Harris territory. Like Trump can't even compete, but somehow independents are swinging for Trump here, and Harris is winning. Maybe there's just more suburban voters than that are swinging than independent voters. Maybe that's why there are less Republicans voting for Trump than less Republicans voting for Trump, and independents can't make up the gap. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this poll. But I guess non-suburban, because this would be Trump losing the burbs way worse than he did in 2020. So this would be non-suburban, non-urban, so I guess rural, like exurbs or rural independent voters. A lot of them have joined the electorate, and now they're swinging for Trump. I don't even know what this means. Trump is dominating with white non-college, as we would expect. White college, Harris leading 58-40. Non-white college for Trump, 62-36. Crazy numbers. No college, 10-point lead for Trump. College graduate, 60-39. Assad numbers for Trump and Harris, with college and non-college. Harris only has Drumpf up by 2 within margin of error. Yeah, this whole election. Their error favors Dems by 4 points. God dang. Yeah, this is what you've been seeing a lot of conservatives say, how they think that this election is going to be the same as 2020 when it comes to some errors, which I personally don't think. I don't even know how that could even be possible. Especially considering 2020. I'm just going to be real with you. The fuck is that face below? That's supposed to be that was supposed to be a Tim Walz Wojak. That was supposed to be the play. So yeah, a lot of conservatives are like, "Oh my gosh, it's the comeback. It's the comeback. It's the comeback. It's the comeback." Wait, let's read a little bit of their little write-up. +2 against Trump among likely voters. 1 point. Among independents who are likely to vote, Trump receives 50-46, while Harris 71% ahead of Trump, 28% among likely voters who plan to cast their ballot by mail. Trump is 58%, has the advantage over Trump, 40% among those who plan to vote on election day. Oh my gosh. Trump is not leading by nearly as much as I would expect him to. On election day voters. Ballot by mail or absentee. Wait, but this doesn't say in on election day. What about early in person? Those who plan to vote early in person divide 50-48 in Trump's favor by 2 points. Not almost even. Almost even, 12 points, and then the Harris has Assad margins when it comes to mail-in voters, is what we see. Harris edges Trump. It's been happening a lot recently. Do not come. Trump leads Harris 53-45 among white voters who are likely to cast their ballot. Harris, 60% is ahead of Trump, 39% among non-white voters non-white voters, although still behind Biden's number, that was 71% in 2020. But also Biden didn't poll this high with non-white voters as well. So you'll see also a lot of conservatives saying things like, "Oh, Trump is looking like they're making such crazy inroads when it comes to non-white voters." It looked like the same thing. Remember how they were saying? Does anybody remember? Raise your hand if you remember Republicans saying that Donald Trump is going to bring home like 20% of the black vote, 50% of the Hispanic vote in 2020, because some polls were showing discrepancies like that, only for him to lose with those voters the same way we thought he was going to originally. I remember it. I remember that. You're getting it the same this year as well. I think Kamala Harris is going to perform as well, if not better than Biden on as well, if not better than Biden in these groups. It seems perfectly fine. Leads 53 to 45 among white voters who are likely to cast their ballot. This one's really interesting to me because Trump only has an 8-point lead with likely white voters. What was it? I don't remember what it was in 2020, but that doesn't seem very high from what I expect. That's a pretty good number for Kamala Harris to bring home 45% of the likely white vote. 34%, a 34-point gender gap exists among likely voters nationally. 57% of men support Trump. 58% of women support Harris. This is a majority of the Gen Z and millennials at 53%, baby boomers at 53%, and the silent generation at 52%. Trump only has a majority with Gen X at 53%. What the hell? What is this poll? What is this? What is this? Wait, I'm thinking about this. What the hell is this? What are these crosstabs? These crosstabs are insane. So Kamala Harris is leading by Assad margins when it comes to suburban voters, leading in 3 out of 4 of the was it 4? In the 5 is leading in 3 out of 5. My bad, 4 out of 5 generation groups with over 50%. Trump is only leading with 1. But somehow she's also losing independents and up 2 points. So somehow she's losing minorities, sweeping every single age demographic, sweeping the burbs like her name is Bashar. And only up 2 points. Very curious. Oh yeah, so here's this. That's why I was like, this doesn't seem right. In this little write-up up here. Trump, though, edges Harris among independents, a group Biden carried by 13 points 4 years ago. I thought he won independents by 10. Was it 14? I thought, was it 13? He carried by 13 for Biden won independents by 10. I would have put my life on that if I was in some sort of sick and twisted political YouTube Squid Game or something. That Biden won independence by 10, but now they're saying 13. I'm not sure if that's true, but I don't know. We'll see. Whatever, Marist. Trump also out distances. Is that a word? Harris among white voters, but underperforms the 17-point margin by which he carried this group in 2020. Among men, Trump is out front. Harris carries women. So like he's performing 17 points worse with, wait, my bad. He's performing, what is that? 9 points worse? 9 points worse with white voters. Somehow. And magically at 48%. I don't know. Very curious stuff going on in this Marist poll, but throw it in the average. That's still a Harris W, and a Harris W very, very close to, very, very close to 50%. My bad, at 50% as well. There was a YouGov poll released earlier today too, if I remember correctly, that also showed Harris in the lead. Well, I believe it was a slimmer margin. Yeah, we got some polls today. Harris cracking 50 in 2 national polls today, both with Marist and Emerson. I thought this was The Economist. This is Emerson. My bad. YouGov? Wasn't there a YouGov poll today? RGM, mind you, RGM is a polling firm led by the guy who started Rasmussen Reports. So this is the guy who made Asmussen. He made a new firm with a C rating, and he shows Trump gaining crazy ground on Harris with a tied race at 49-49. Yeah, Emerson, Harris 50 again. There's been so many polls with Harris at 50. I will say we've been seeing a whole lot of that. BSG with all of our boys and girls in blue winning in their races with Baldwin +2. There's something really weird about this. Okay, Slotkin +4. Okay, Baldwin +2. I don't think Baldwin's gonna lose. I don't think it's that close. I'm gonna be real. There's something going on here. I'm gonna be honest. Assad Stein with a 24-point lead on Blitler, on Black Hitler over there. Osborne as well. So there's like this pro-worker. There's like this pro-worker, I think pro-worker, pro-choice independent candidate running in Nebraska, who is showing a really strong race against the incumbent Senator Fisher. There's been a couple polls released recently that really show this Osborne in the lead, which is really weird. I haven't seen any of him hitting 50 yet. I have not seen any with him hitting 50. But he's putting up some good numbers, like around 47, 48. I'd be pretty happy with those numbers. Now, if closing in on election day, we start seeing this like close to 50, or like him at 50, I'd be like, we might need to put our eyes on Nebraska. I'm not too convinced yet, but we'll just have to see. We got a Harris +5 a couple days ago. Trafalgar still has Trump up in Michigan at 47%. Really funny. A goofy goober. Thank you, Trafalgar. Very interesting. Wisconsin, though, a Marquette poll. Harris +4 and over 50% as well. That's really important. That's actually really, really important. Remember, vote share is more important here than margin. So don't worry about the margin too much. Just look at the vote share. That really matters a whole lot more. If you see Harris starting to hit I told you this before, that if we start to see Harris hitting 50 a lot more, I'm going to tell you that she is in a good position to win, and we're starting to see that a whole lot more as in these general election polls. But like Arizona hasn't been looking too good for her, but I don't know. Like once again, Arizona and Georgia both impressed come election day in 2020, so we'll just have to see. We have 30 days to figure it out, so I will find out, right? We will find out. We'll find out what happens. Osborne will win. I feel pretty confident about that. Can you imagine how crazy it would be if West Virginia flips, right? Because Manchin isn't running anymore, and Tester loses his seat, right? So then it's says like 51-49 or whatever in the it's like 51-49 in the Senate. But then Osborne sweeps Fisher's seat, and then caucuses with the Democrats, and then it becomes 50-50 again. I would absolutely lose my mind. Oh, also like Arizona, I'm gonna call Arizona flip for the Democrats, even though it's not technically, but it is technically, right? Arizona is a flip for the Democrats this year. Not so fast, Spider-Man. Not so fast. There's also Blitler in the Minnesota Senate race. Is that guy still running? I thought he got kicked out. I thought he lost in the primary. Did he not? Because I saw people posting images of some guy who was running for Congress who said that the bad guys won in World War II, posting some Nazi stuff. He's actually running against Klobuchar? Are you serious? He's actually the Republican? I thought that was a meme. Roy Weiss had an interview with David Pakman where David brought up a bunch of stuff that he said about women and he got angry and left the show before the interview was over. Filling out my ballot. How do I find info on my city referendums? There's not a lot of info because, you know, it only affects one town. I would go to your board of elections. Your city's website should have that. Your city's website should have that information on that. I believe so. But it should at least. You can try and look up some local news articles as well that might link to government websites if it's hard for you to find. But you still have some time. You still have 30 days to figure it out. So don't stress yourself out too much. Don't rush it. Don't rush voting. You should take your time. I had guys admit to me that they voted for Trump for the first time just to get back to their exes. Yeah, see, that's why they broke up with them. That's literally why that woman broke up with you. You're only really getting yourself by proving that she was right to leave your ass. You can't, like, that's kind of, you also need to go to court and get court mandated empathy like dropped on you. You can't sit here and be like, I'm gonna vote for the guy who I personally think is going to harm my ex-girlfriend as a form of like punishment against them, like to get back at them. You need to stop. You need to check yourself, brother. Get this weird Elon picture out of my face, man. I'm fighting for my life here. I'm struggling. Osborne says he's not gonna caucus with the Dems, but his policy positions seem pretty good. Let's just be honest with ourselves. He's gonna caucus with the Dems, but not like officially caucus with the Dems. Let's kind of, it very much seems like he's going to vote with the Dems, just not officially join the Democratic caucus like Bernie did. Like Bernie is not a part of the Democratic Party, but he's officially a part of the Democratic caucus. It seems like Osborne is just going to do the exact same thing, only just not officially join the caucus, which you know, it's great for running in like places like Nebraska, but is a Dem but not a Dem? No, he's not a Dem. He's an independent. It's just that he seems not super stupid, which means that he'll probably vote for some good things that Democrats do. All of them? Probably not. Probably not. He'll probably be an issue on some issues, especially gun rights issues. He'll be a problem. But on like raise the minimum wage, protect the workers, you know, improve healthcare, he's probably going to be on board. He's probably going to be on board. Chad, did you see this TikToker that went on to debate Fuentes and Andrew Tate? Or just Fuentes, it seems. There's another guy who debated Andrew Tate. I think it was another guy. But let me see if I can pull some of this for you. Hi, hey. Nice to see you all. He wrecked him. I haven't watched it, but I want to. I want to see what happened. I want to see him eat him. I want to see him get eaten, devoured. Cooked.
Fact that he
This was the same. This seemed like the same day. I think this is the same day. It seems like it. Yeah, Pussy Boy was there. Yeah, it seemed like the same day. I'm not sure when though. Wait, okay. Yeah, it seemed like he was there, just maybe for like a moment, and then he got kicked out. Anyways, chat, you want to watch? You want to watch a little bit? I have to make it smaller because I can't show you. I have to make it smaller because I can't show you Aiden Ross's chat because it's just a bunch of slurs. But I can pull one of these crazy wacky style. Close this and then bink. No, not that either. No, it won't pull it. Wait 1 second. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna go into this and now I need a little, I can't have your eyes on me while I'm fixing this, all right? We have the technology, we can fix it. I just need a second. Give me one singular mento, okay? Think. Bonk. Okay, we're gonna reopen. All right. Pull one of these. I can't have you looking. I'll get nervous. I'll get nervous. I'm going through the whole dang list, man. Yeah, that is not right. Oh, I can't get it. I have no clue why, but it's not. It's not letting me pull up this little window. Because I want to pull it up in my my picture-in-picture. Okay, let me try this then. I've never actually had this issue with getting my picture-in-picture to work like this. Any problem with gun rights? What I mean is that he's not going to be for a lot of gun safety laws. If he gets voted into office, he's going to be a problem when it comes to those bills, like background checks and stuff like that. Yeah, I really can't pull up the. I really can't pull up the picture-in-picture. That's really weird. I guess it's only Kick that does that. I've only had Kick have this issue before. So if that's the case, then we're just gonna do this. We have workarounds. Yeah, let's hear this. Let's try this. How about that, chat? Does it look lookable? Can you see that? And then we're going to pull this. We're gonna put this right here. Yeah, to cover the chat. Perfect. It's actually perfect. It's actually perfect. So yeah, okay. So this is a debate between Dean Withers. This guy, if you saw that Jubilee video, but of TikTokers, can TikTok liberals survive the onslaught of 50 low IQ conservative teens by Jubilee? If you saw that video, then this is that guy. This is that boy. He decided to come on. He decided to come on to Aiden Ross's stream to debate Fuentes about Harris versus Trump. Obviously, he's going to say Trump is epic. He's our epic racist, beautiful white boy who we need in office. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It might be interesting. I can't imagine having to debate two houseplants. That's really disrespectful to houseplants because houseplants are useful. They produce oxygen. These guys only blow hot air.
I agree, and then we'll ask a question.
And then we'll do free flowing, and if they interrupt each other, then we can go to 90-second, 2-minute back and forth.
Correct. And then we have the ability to server mute as well.
Oh, yeah, guys, if you want to like formalize this, go for it. Honestly, I was coming in here expecting a back and forth conversation.
Well, it is. No, for sure.
But I'm saying if it becomes too much interruption, then we'll do time back and forth.
Yeah.
Cool.
We'll figure it out.
We don't want to hear you guys talking over each other the whole time.
Hey, hey, Nick, if you can hear me, I know how to fix your issue, bro.
Okay, what's up?
So start and
we're gonna skip forward.
Who is the better presidential candidate? Dean, we'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, obviously, I think that the better presidential candidate is Kamala Harris. But I just wanted to clarify with Nick. You said that you're not much of a Trump supporter. So, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to vote for him.
Me when I lie.
I'm not voting.
Oh, okay. Holy shit.
Me when I lie.
The reason I chose that topic was because, I thought that you were voting for Trump.
Look at that face.
I don't really
my man's lying through his teeth.
In it if you're not voting for Trump. I mean,
well, it's worthwhile because I'll argue that people should. I'll just argue that Trump is better than. I think that Trump would be a better president, but I'm not going to vote for him.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So we could argue that.
I mean,
I guess we'll start there. I disagree.
Let's all just be honest with ourselves. Nick thinks Harris will be a worse president because, for one, she's black, and two, she's a woman. Everything else is honestly kind of superficial. He would think a little harder about voting for her if she wasn't those two specific things. That's where his real disagreement with Kamala Harris lies. Right? I mean, entertaining anything else besides that is just kind of fun. It's like playing make-believe.
Agree. One of the main reasons why I disagree, we could come out of the gate swinging, is this economic policy. I think that, it's pretty clear, and we could probably both agree on this, that the average American should be doing better than they are today, and they should not be doing worse than they are today. Donald Trump's proposed economic policy will make the average American worse off with his tariffs, and then his TCJA for another 10 years disproportionately benefits rich people. It will also just add reckless spending to our debt. It will inflate it even more than it is today. I think there's an estimate from the CBO putting that right at $5.8 trillion. He has no fucking plan how he's going to pay for it. Then we look over at Kamala Harris, okay? Her proposed tax policy so far is $2.4 trillion. She knows exactly how she's going to pay for it, and they're designed for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. And it's going to make them better off. Donald Trump's going to make them worse off. Argument's clear.
Okay, that's it. It's just the economic proposals. That's all you get.
Well, I mean, you got to start with something, right?
Start there.
Okay.
Sure, we can reference other things too. I didn't want to just throw everything at you at once. We could talk about multiple things.
I need some more sneaky debate tactics.
Let me address all that. I mean, so with regard to the tariffs, J.D. Vance pointed this out. The Biden administration continued many of the Trump-era tariffs. So that's kind of a moot point. I mean, I don't know if Kamala's going to. Of course he did. Of course he continued.
No, they continued the tariffs, but it's not a moot point. I disagree with the Biden-Harris administration because they continued the tariffs on China. But what Donald Trump is proposing today is a 10 to 20% flat tariff on all goods imported into the country. Right? I could say that any and all tariffs are bad, right? But a 10 to 20% flat tariff on all goods is worse than tariffs on goods imported from China.
I don't think it's a flat tariff. Is that actually the policy? I don't believe that's right.
Yes, it is
right?
the policy.
I think that J.D. Vance was talking about this last night at debate. I think you could reference this.
You don't know what you're talking about
multiple times in the past. If you don't think this is,
it's only on certain countries. There would be no 15. That doesn't make any sense. There'd be no 15 to 20% tariff. But even if that were the case,
you just believe
let's say
that?
For the sake of argument, that's true because I don't know the Trump policy. They keep saying that Trump is going to put in place, they're calling it a consumption tax. A consumption tax is value added tax. They're saying it's going to be like a sales tax. And that's the idea that the taxation occurs at the point of a sale of goods. And that's actually a real proposal, but that's different than a tariff because, and here's the difference. When you put a tariff on goods and services, to call that a consumption tax is to imply that the consumer will bear the full cost of the tariff. And that's not necessarily true. Trump had a lot of tariffs in his first term, and the price of goods did not significantly increase in spite of the tariffs. Everybody says that it would only be the case if the full cost of the tariff was passed down to the consumer, but that flies in the face of the fact that foreign corporations will bear the cost of the tariff, or almost all of it, and certainly not.
Who told you that? Who told you that? If that's the case, then why do things cost more today than they did before? When the supply chain started to mess up and companies started to increase their prices to make up for that, why did that happen? If that was the case, the companies would just soak up that tax, then why would prices almost ever go up? Honestly, it's because they don't. Companies don't just soak up extra fees. They pass it down to their consumers. Especially if you're a large multinational corporation where people rely on your service, why would you take the brunt of that when you could just pass it down to the consumer? And what are they going to do? Not pay for your essential good? Right? Like what sense does that make? Obviously they're going to pass it down. They always pass it down. When have they ever not passed it down? When has that ever been? Like, has there been some big issue in supply chain, like in the supply chain for goods and services, or implied issue, or even fake issue? Like, a lot of these stores increased their prices because they said shoplifting was some massive issue, only for them to come out later and say that they lied and shoplifting actually wasn't that bad, but the prices weren't going to go down, even though they said that the price hikes were going to be in response to shoplifting so they wouldn't lose on their margins. So they lie and then increase prices. Why would they not increase prices when the truth is that things are more expensive because Trump made them more expensive? What in the world? What sense does that make? The good God-fearing good Samaritan S&P 500 will simply soak up all of the Trump tariffs and not pass them down to the consumer, or soak up most of them. Why would they do that? Why in the world would they do that? What gain would they have from that? Why would they do that? They don't have to. They could just increase prices.
Not all of it is passed down to the consumer. So that's just not true.
And even if it's not all of it, okay, so what? 20% isn't going to the consumer? Only what, 15%? 10%? 8%? You're telling me now everything on top of like the Biden inflation. On top of that, so on top of Biden inflation, now we have Trumpflation. On top of that, now everything is even more expensive.
That's one.
What?
Two, with regard to deficit spending, tax policy, I mean, I know you're a young guy and everything, but like Republicans and Democrats, there's a bipartisan consensus on spending. Let's just talk about spending. Most of the spending on an annual basis is not even discretionary. Okay, there's mandatory spending and there's discretionary spending. Mandatory spending means you can't change it. Okay, the executive doesn't change it, Congress can barely change it, and that is liabilities like Social Security, Medicare. It's baked into the cake. It's a vast majority of it. And who is going to cut entitlements? Nobody. Republicans aren't proposing to cut entitlements, although they'd be more willing to than Democrats. Democrats are certainly not touching entitlements. Biden always attacks Republicans in his State of the Union, saying they're trying to touch Social Security.
They are.
Anything's driving the deficit of the debt. It's Social Security and Medicare. It's unfunded liabilities. In terms of military spending has gone up every year under the Biden administration. It's like $850 billion per year. That's the largest item in the discretionary budget. So mandatory spending is going to go up in perpetuity under Democrats and Republicans. Discretionary spending is going to go up because military is by far and away the biggest component of that, and Biden spends more. And he spends more on military appropriations because of all the foreign aid. We gave $175 billion to Ukraine. We gave $27 billion to Israel, another $8 billion to Israel last week, $7 billion to Taiwan, $1.3 billion to Egypt. That's in addition to the $850 billion per year, which that's like the highest ever under Biden. So, spending's not coming down under anybody.
Yeah, well, that's just wrong. I'm sorry for interrupting you. You can
What's
reference
wrong? What's wrong about it?
that spending didn't go down under Biden and Harris compared to Trump. You could reference a committee.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Budget. You said that spending wasn't going down under anyone, right? We can make a comparative analysis between the two last terms, and we could show how it's gone down. A committee for a responsible federal budget indicated that Donald Trump signed $8.7 trillion of debt into law. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris only signed in 4.6. I mean, we could break that down into COVID and non-COVID. Like, for instance, Trump signed $4.8 trillion of non-COVID related expenditures into law. Meanwhile, Biden only signed in $2.2 trillion. But the first point that you made,
So yeah, that's a really good point. A lot of people try to bring up a lot of people try and bring up COVID as a way to shield Trump's old flabby ass when it comes to his crazy deficit spending and debt accumulation on the national debt, by saying that COVID, he had to deal with COVID. Biden had to deal with more COVID than Trump did. Biden had to deal with 4 years of COVID. Trump had to deal with barely one. And somehow he still spent more than Biden did, even though the height of COVID didn't even happen under his watch. Yet he still spent more. But if we take all of that away, even without it, yes, Trump just ballooned the deficit because Republicans are terrible when it comes to the economy. They're just garbage. They're really trash. Every single time a Republican is in office, a recession follows because they suck at money, because their own political ideology makes them suck ass at money. That's how it works. That's how it works. Spend more by giving it to rich people and businesses, and cut taxes for those businesses and rich people who are the ones who you take most of the money from, equals deficit. That's how it works. Their own political ideology makes us poorer by its mere existence. So yeah, it's a great point to bring that up. And yeah, we will have to spend money. Yeah, we would have to spend money. Every year we will have to spend money. If we're spending less money than we were the last year, more likely than not, that means there's something horrible going on in the US economy. I'm just going to be real with you. There's something probably horrible. Our country is probably falling apart if we're spending less money this year than we did last year, or we are the like China blew up or something, and like literally actually blew up. And all that manufacturing or whatever, and all the other business came back to the States. It only in those two circumstances will we start having like a budget surplus or like something. I don't know. There possibly could be something else, but the likelihood of us running a budget surplus in this globalized world is just incredibly low. But if you're going to spend money, if you're going to spend money and you think spending money is a problem, you'd rather have the guy who spends way less than the guy who spends a lot more, once again, on literally nothing.
Wanted to touch on that. You were talking about the tariffs, right? You just kind of related it back to how like the Kamala Harris campaign is calling it, like a sales tax. And
it is a sales tax, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't really care what they're calling it. I agree. That's just a term that they use to convince the average American that doesn't know much about what a tariff is.
Yeah, sure, it's rhetoric, but also it's just real. It is basically a sales tax. So you can squabble about how like lab coats in like economy think tank pieces or whatever will start like complaining about what is and is not technically a sales tax by definition. To your average consumer, a tariff is a sales tax. There's no if, ands, or buts about it. A tariff is absolutely a sales tax. It will manifest its way. It will manifest itself almost exactly 90% of the way that a sales tax does. So yeah, even though it is rhetoric, it's not wrong. It's not a lie. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. Because once again, those companies are not soaking up all those funds.
That it's really bad.
They're not soaking up
but at the end of the day,
tax.
the impact of the tariff, right,
Hilarious
does serve as a detriment to the consumer. And you were very careful with your words here, because you told me that tax, right, that tariff, isn't fully paid by the consumer, implicitly kind of conceding there that some of it is. Right. And that's what I'm talking about. That is a tax that in some sorts is passed off to the consumer. We could also consider other attributes, such as the idea when we reduce the overall supply of a good with a constant demand, the price will go up. That's basic macroeconomics. That's going to happen when we reduce the amount of imported goods without increasing the amount of like supply manufactured here at home in the U.S. At the end of the day, tariffs are bad. This is a unilateral agreed upon consensus, Republicans and Democrats alike. You go to any economist, they'll tell you this, unless they don't have the necessary qualifications to be, and that's a fact. And then when we kind of consider these tariffs alongside his policy disproportionately benefiting the rich man and seemingly at the expense of the poor man with these tariffs, it becomes quite clear. If we want to serve to the average American in their best interests, we need to be voting for Kamala Harris because her policy does exactly that. I mean, 83% of the tax cuts in the TCJA. Not at all. 83% of the tax cuts in the TCGA for the last 7 years went to the top 1%. I mean, is that just rhetoric?
Okay, is it my turn?
Go for it, sir.
Okay, so with regard to tariffs, yes, some of the cost is passed down to the consumer, but it's marginal. And the point of tariffs is to reshore manufacturing. I'll give.
Yes, please tell your average suburbanite that them paying 5, 10, 8, 20% more in their goods, the goods that they buy on a daily, weekly, monthly, bi-monthly basis are, because these are the things that he's trying to tax are like essential goods and goods that you use a decent amount. They're things that you buy a decent amount. It's going to accumulate. The same way that compound interest accumulates, the compound effect of the tariffs will accumulate on your average person. It's going to be a lot of money. It's going to be thousands of dollars a year if you're a normal person. So it doesn't, like, sure, you can sit here and say like, oh, it's going to be marginal. What's marginal to you? What do you consider marginal, right? I know he gets paid by like Bitcoin from dead French billionaires, right? But to your average person, chat, would you say that it's marginal that things that you buy weekly, bi-weekly are now 8% more expensive? Oh, it's just 8%. It's a single digit. Oh, that's fine. 5% more expensive? 3% more expensive? Like, let's just be honest with ourselves. This idea that marginal is going to end up being some small amount just because it's a relatively small number is completely flies in the face of the reality that not only will people have to buy these items multiple times, leading to them paying that tax multiple times, but also the fact that over time, the fact that a lot of these goods will be noticeably expensive and you will instantly notice that you have less money once that happens. And this idea that he's going to get into, well, should I cut up now? I'll let him say it. I'll spin back on this. Maybe Withers gets it.
I'll give you a perfect example. China has now become the largest manufacturer of electric cars. Huge industry. You could buy an electric car in China for $10,000. Tesla does not cost $10,000. If we allow China to dump their electric cars in America, there goes Tesla. There goes our American electric car manufacturing. It's a national security problem. There's a lot of problems. You have to put tariffs on the cars.
Don't you think that's because Teslas are overpriced hunks of trash? Except for mileage specifically. Outside of mileage specifically, Teslas are kind of overpriced trash. And maybe a little extra competition would help them out a bit.
Probably China will send them here regardless because they're still so cheap. And yeah, they're not going to be $10,000, but there's a value in making cars in America. There's a value, and by the way, because then Americans get those jobs. So, you could say that free trade creates the lowest costs, but the only reason it creates the lowest costs is because they can undercut us with wages and with their lower standard of living and monetary policy that they have in their own country. So tariffs are essential for a holistic understanding of the economy. The increase in prices is marginal. It's not significant. And when you call it a consumer tax or a sales tax, that does matter because they're conflating that with a VAT tax. That's very different. The 15, 20% and I don't know that they're doing it on every country, so I'll take your word for it. It's not going to be passed down to consumers beyond a marginal amount. That's one. In terms of, you said, oh, well, Trump had more deficit spending. Almost all of that is accounted for by the pandemic. Almost all of it. When you say, well, Trump had a $8 trillion deficit, that was because of the COVID stimulus, the PPP.
He literally just explained why that's not true.
Almost all of it. And here's the point.
Go to CRBF.org.
Hang on. I'll let you finish.
Yes, sir.
You said, so the structural problems with deficit spending, they're there under Trump. They're there under Harris. And by the way, Republicans tried to get limitations on the deficit. That's what they got elected on. Republicans regained control of Congress in 22, saying they'd limit the deficit. They negotiated it over the debt ceiling negotiations last year. They negotiated it over military appropriations last year with the October 1st deadline. Tried to negotiate it this year. Democrats wouldn't come to the table on deficit reduction. Either way, like, the deficit is baked into the cake, okay? The debt is $30 trillion. Interest rates are high. Interest to service the debt is going up. Neither Harris or Trump is meaningfully going to reduce the debt or the deficit. So it's just moot. Without bringing down Social Security and Medicare, just forget about it. Without bringing down the military, it's not going to happen. You know, and there are these extraordinary measures like COVID and Ukraine war. It's really neither here nor there. Also, I mean, I think deficit is really besides the point. If you want to get further into the deficit,
I've heard a Republican say that, by the way.
Yeah, well, I'm not a normal Republican. I'm not like a fiscal conservative, okay? Look,
do you mind if I respond to the points that you've made so far?
What's that?
Do you mind if I respond to the points that you've made so far?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's going.
Sure.
So, like, first of all, you said
real quick, Dean, I'm not cutting you off. Guys, we just have 10 minutes on this topic. Just 10 more minutes on this topic.
Oh, my Lord.
Okay, right. So the first claim that you made,
bro thinks he's Dana Bash.
That tariff isn't passed off to the consumer. Yeah, that's wrong, because what would the point of the tariff be then? Okay, we see an increase in domestic production given tariffs because that is passed off to the consumer. Would you agree there?
Yeah, like, I didn't touch on that point, but that's actually a great point. The literal purpose of a tariff is to make things more expensive for the consumer. That is the goal of a tariff, is to make things more expensive for the consumer. That's the ideology behind a tariff. A tariff is supposed to be negative reinforcement to consumers to make them weigh things that used to be more expensive that are now comparatively less expensive because you artificially made things more expensive because you put a tariff price, because you put a tax on it. That's the point of a tariff. That's a great point. But yes, that is, what if tariffs never made things more expensive for consumers? What's the point of a tariff? Fun? Just to be a little silly? To get, because like, what's the point? Right? What is the point? What is the point? I don't get it. Because foreign countries don't pay tariffs. Foreign companies don't pay tariffs. Tariffs only get applied when an American interacts with it monetarily. The tariff only exists once an American is going to pay more for it. That's the only time a tariff will exist. Any other time, the person who is tariffed will not experience an issue. Actually, there's never a time when there is never a time when the tariffed person will experience an issue because the tariff isn't a tax on them, like on them as in like they'll pay it. It is a tax on their customers who they interact with in the country. So it doesn't make any sense how he would think that tariffs exist and work if the main goal for tariffs working doesn't exist, isn't real somehow. Olympian, thanks so much for the $5 gift. I appreciate you. The EVs China makes are made with garbage material. I mean, yeah, that's partly why they're cheap. Some of them actually aren't. Some of them actually aren't too bad. But yeah, I mean, a lot of them aren't very good. A lot of them aren't very good at all, actually. But you know, I mean, as it is. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I've heard of less bird EVs catching fire and blowing up than I have Teslas. That's just me though. Booty Ho, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Join the frenzy and being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you. Booty Ho wishes you and Shadow a good evening. Well, thank you. Shadow also wishes you a good evening, Booty Ho. Thank you. Thank you, bestie. You're too kind.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so then why do we see an increase in domestic production given tariffs?
Because when you produce something in China, you can make it for cheaper, so your margin is bigger, so you can undercut
you make
prices.
it more expensive for the consumer at the grocery store by imposing those tariffs, right? And then secondly, I agree with you.
Again, because China will pay the tariff to get their goods to the market because they need access to the market.
But then why won't we buy it? Because it costs more money. right? And that's my whole argument is that tariffs cause the end consumer to pay more at the grocery store, to pay more at Best Buy, to pay more at the car dealership.
Do you know what a tariff is?
There's another point that you brought up there. It's a tax on an import. And there's another point that you brought up there about how we want to like spur domestic production of goods. I don't disagree. I absolutely agree. We should have a more industrialized economy where we produce goods here at home in America. We just disagree on how we get there, right? How do we get there without
tariffs?
Yeah, sure. Right, by driving further competition through the natural market. We do that via.
You know what? We could invest in our business. We can invest in our people, right? We can invest in the humans. We can invest in laborers. We can also invest in the businesses that laborers work in as well. We could do that. That's possible. That's possible too. But just like continually making everything more expensive is just be on. I mean, you just have to be honest. Like, yes, everything will be more expensive, but we think that in the future it'll be better, because more like, but we think in the future things will be better because we'll be able to keep up right there, right? Now, I think we could make things less expensive with like some more competition, stopping like imposing more antitrust laws to have the ability to have more competition in these markets that have been completely dominated and monopolized will lead to better outcomes, will lead to better prices, as well as more people can compete. And we use that technology is no longer hoarded by massive companies and will now be used by other companies who will now have the possibility to have a head start and catch up and produce products that consumers like and enjoy. That's something that we could do, right? Like none of this says anything about investing in American companies, and that's something that you need to that's something that you need to remember when we talk about these deficit talks, because they're going to sit here and he's going to sit here and be like, oh, we just make it more expensive and then Americans are just going to catch up. When? That's something a lot of people don't think about. When? So let's say everything from China is more expensive. Everything from China is more expensive, okay? So everything that a Chinese company has been dominating the market on right now, right, is more expensive, okay? Let's just say that. And so now the goal is for American companies to fill the gap by or you like either ban those products or you make them so expensive it's incredibly prohibitive for your average person to be able to engage with that company and buy them. So now what you expect is for American companies to now shore up that market and be able to produce products that are more competitive with the now more expensive products. But when will they do that? Without investing in any of those companies, so what? Now you're going to tell me that this massive company that was doing so well, it can just easily be replaced quickly by an American company who's doing something as good, if not better than what they were doing? Do you know how long it takes to bring a product to market? You're looking at, even a company that got a head start is looking at multiple years before they do something like that, unless we want it to blow up in our faces, like we say those cheap garbage Chinese products actually do, right? So how long is that going to take? 1 year, 2 years, 3, 4, 5, a decade, 15 years in some cases? I mean, a lot of car companies still to this very day hasn't caught up with Tesla's the mileage for their line of cars. And what has been 10, 15 years that they've been working on that? And you're going to sit here and tell me that all of a sudden the companies are going to be able to dig up the gold and be able to shore up and close in on that market entirely, be able to get all the vertical and horizontal structures put in place to be able to open up and close up that canopy that you just opened up? Like, it's just not realistic. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. It's just completely ridiculous that this will just happen. Things already got more expensive during COVID when the supply chains were completely destroyed. They're getting more expensive now. Now supply chains are having like big issues. When like the Houthis were busy bombing random ships carrying Funko Pops through like the Gulf and the Strait. So like I'm just wondering, how do you think that this is just going to work? It's just gonna work out. Don't worry, guys. Everything is just going to be fine. Everything is gonna be great. I promise you. I guess.
investment.
What's
we do
the
that
natural market?
We do that by investing in money. Oh, sorry, investing in money. That was crazy. Investing in U.S. producers of goods, like the Chips and Science Act under
Money isn't real.
Harris's administration, that invested billions of dollars into U.S. chip producers to further drive competition, right, with those imported goods, just via innovation in the product, right? And the fact that you, as a conservative, are sitting here telling me that we need a government to impose a regulation on the free market by tariffing those goods that are being imported to our country, is just new. You know what I mean? Right?
Well, it may be new to you because like your only context of Republican is like Reagan. But if you go back to Henry Clay and Friedrich List and the American system, Alexander Hamilton, the country was basically funded by tariffs until we had an income tax.
Yeah, do you know why?
We only had an income tax 100 years ago. Before that, the federal government made its money from tariffs.
We weren't a functional country yet. That's why we had tariffs. Tariffs make some sense for developing countries and even countries like Canada. I can understand the logic behind adding tariffs for countries like that because they need to be able to protect their industry at least a little bit, or else they'll have nothing. Right? They'll just take in, and then you'll have to work from the ground up by being like a service-based economy, right? Outside of that, like, why in the world would we have tariffs? Our tariffs came off because we have a thriving industry. The only, like, we were like a backwater dying farm. We're a backwater dying farm country. Okay, what people think when they think of like Vietnam or like Laos, or Vietnam or like Laotian areas where it's people walking barefoot in salt paddies, picking up like rice paddies, picking up like rice and like lotus pods and stuff. Like that's what we actually were. That's why we had tariffs.
Yeah, by the way, it's basic mercantilism because we want to make the stuff. And by the way, when you say, well, we're just going to invest, it doesn't work. China's dollar goes 3 times as far because the standard of living is lower. They're rich in raw materials. They have an endless supply of labor, cheap labor. The idea you're going to chips and sciences your way out of China having systemic advantages, economic factors of production like labor. They have 1.5 billion people. You're not going to pass a bill that's going to change those fundamental imbalances in the economy. We have capital, we have tech, we have entrepreneurship, they have labor. Okay, it's the same reason, hang on, and it's the same reason why we're even, when we try to, they call it friend shoring, we're going to take our factories from China and give them to our allies like Philippines. It's still going to China because they have all the cheap labor. You just can't compete with that. You can't compete with the fact that they make everything, they have all the people. So you agree that we should reindustrialize. You literally cannot do that unless you protect industry. And by the way, China has tariffs too. All countries have tariffs.
Olympian, thanks for the
We're
5.
the country that doesn't have tariffs. They're eating our lunch as a result. So, you know, that's just not true. What you're saying isn't true.
I don't know how China's eating our lunch when we're a bigger economy than them. And they have at the moment, they have no prospects of overtaking us at all. I don't get this notion of they're eating our lunch. Because I hear a lot of people say it. How though? How though? I don't know how though. Like in what way are they eating our lunch, right? Chinese people are poorer, have less spending power. They can't even, a lot of Chinese people can't even like really afford to buy a lot of the products that Chinese people make in China. The Chinese government is poorer. They're not on a trajectory to overtake us in the for who's like the richest, most powerful country. In what aspect are they eating our lunch? I just want to know. Why is China always the enemy? Well, politics and geopolitics is one. But another reason is because they're number 2 in the world when it comes to superpowers and influence and money. That's why they're that's why we see them as the enemy. And China's actually like kind of bad. China is actually bad. Like actually unironically bad. Not just bad for like US foreign interests, but also actually unironically bad on a moral level. But also they're like they're number two. You're always running from number two when it comes to the world's influence, leader, all that type of stuff. That's why they're the enemy, right? Because they're playing better geopolitics than we are. No. Like, I was thinking about it for a second, but no, that's not true. They are not, actually. Maybe ever since Israel's invasion of Gaza and Lebanon, possibly. Like, sure. But like generally, no, absolutely not. They're not playing better geopolitics than us. We are actually lapping them in geopolitics. It's not even. I barely even think it's up for a debate. I'm going to be honest with you. It's just not true. China's being clapped geopolitically. I was thinking after Israel, like even then, like a lot of people don't like it. A lot of foreign countries don't like it, and our like trust and everything has been eroded, especially in the age of Trump and in the age of the like Israel's new attack on Gaza and its neighbors. But even with that taken into account, it's done very little when it comes to how other countries treat the U.S. internationally when it comes to like trade and when it comes to trade and international relations. It just hasn't affected us very much. It could in the future, absolutely, especially if things get much worse, but just in general, like, nah, it hasn't really affected us very much. And we are absolutely lapping China when it comes to geopolitical influence. It's not even close. The Belt and Road Initiative flopped dramatically. It was actually horrible. I don't think China got much good geopolitically, goodwill geopolitically, and many friends with the Belt and Road Initiative much at all. Now you can say some countries below the border right now, like Brazil and El Salvador and everything, have been making more connections with China. But they're not doing it because China's great and their geopolitical acumen is so amazing. It's simply because they don't want to have their political and economic destinies completely tied to the United States all the time, which makes sense, right? Why not deal with number two if it's literally number two and right there, right? Why not split between the two of them and have them fight over you, right? Why not, right? You can get good things out. I mean, look at the Philippines, right? The Philippines has been on a back and forth rocky relationship with the United States, after the whole occupation invasion thing, after the whole war crime thing in the 1900s. But these days we have a much better relationship with the Philippines. And not only that, because of all the antics China's getting up to in the South China Sea and seizing, sequestering, and with China puffing its chest out and doing a lot of military posturing and intimidation of the Philippines. Now, for the first time, not by force but by diplomacy, we have a military base in the Philippines right next to China. Taiwan, I don't even have to talk about Taiwan. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Japan as well. We have now completely enclosed China when it comes to its ports out into the Pacific Ocean because of our geopolitical connections. So yeah, I really don't what has China gotten? BRICS? Some countries starting to switch some countries starting to pick up more yuan in comparison to the USD that they have. Is that that's what else do they have on us? I'm just asking. Well, my family in Nigeria hates the Chinese government for losing jobs, but Nigerian government loves money that China gives them. Yeah, but that relationship isn't doing too much for them at the moment. I don't know, maybe sometime in the future when Nigeria has flying planes and whatnot. Just not flying planes, sorry, flying cars and whatnot. Who knows? But don't we have a great dependency on China's manufacturing? I mean, yeah, everyone does. Just like how everyone has a great dependency on the United States simply existing. But like, yeah, we have a big dependency on China's goods, sure. But also, like, a lot of people talk about Chinese goods. These days, it's not really all about Chinese goods anymore, right? Like Philippines, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, stuff like that. A lot of those countries are starting to eat China's lunch, right? Because remember, the whole reason for why people say that China is Fuentes here is even saying that China's doing so much better because they pay a whole lot less and they can manufacture so much cheaper. That's now that China has become like really grown, its economy has really grown, and they're moving in a service-based economy type way. Their workers are now expecting more money. And so now companies are having to start pay more. And so now Chinese products are starting to have to become more expensive. And so that means now other developing countries are starting to eat China's lunch when it comes to production, because now they're growing. India is now being able to undercut China when it comes to the cheapness of their goods. Like those other countries that I mentioned are now able to undercut China because of the cheapness of their goods now that they're a more developing economy. And so that whole thing that China was using to kind of top the US is not something that has a viable future. It just doesn't have a viable future. And so they peaked way before they were even able to pass us as an economy. And now China is having to find ways to move their economy away from production into service, while also trying to not get clapped by the generational and age and gender bomb that they made for themselves with the One China policy, when the Chinese people started aborting and giving away their babies. Right now, there's way more men than women, and the birth rate has plummeted. Right? It's just, how are they eating our lunch when they're eating our lunch while other smaller countries are eating their lunch at the moment? I just don't get it. I see a lot of people saying this, and I just haven't seen it corroborated in reality in any way. It just seems like something that people like to say.
No, Donald Trump's taken away the average American's lunch as a result. Like, once again, we've already went over how tariffs can cause prices at the grocery store to go higher. Every single time we've historically increased tariffs on China, what have we seen? A reduction in U.S. agricultural exports. What did Trump have to do when he imposed his tariffs on China? He had to bail out American farmers with $28 billion. You say you want American industrialization. You say you want more U.S. production of goods. But then you also say that you want these tariffs on China to absolutely destroy American farmers. And you want the average American to be worse off, meaning they have less economic mobility to go and start a business in the first place. This is why Kamala Harris's tax policy is better, right? Because
this is like Democrat talking points.
Okay, well, can you dispute them?
Yeah, like I said, tariffs, the other country will pay the cost of the tariff.
Not how that works.
You're saying consumers will pay it, and that's just wrong, okay?
So you
Under
don't
the
think
Trump
that
administration, hang on. I'll give you a perfect example. Trump administration implemented tariffs against Canada, against Europe, against China.
Yeah.
Inflation was Inflation was like 1.3% under Trump. Okay. So if what you're saying is true, that the
inflation increased every single year under Trump. They increased every single year. Inflation increased every single year under Trump. Okay. So that's for one. The next Eminem. Who knows? Possibly. It's very true. Hopefully. What's happening on my screen? Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Don't stress it. Is that Aiden typing? Yeah, that's Aiden typing on screen. He's doing type to learn right now. He's learning how to spell live. I'm glad that he's taking the time to care about his well-being. Okay, sure. Well, inflation didn't go up that much. Well, he also didn't put a tariff on. He also didn't put a tariff on like 50% of the US economy either. Okay? Well, you wouldn't judge if the tariffs made things more expensive by looking at the entire US economy's inflation. What happened to those prices?
cost of the tariff would be passed down to the consumer 1-to-1 or even significantly, inflation would not remain at or around 1%. Why? If, and by the way, Biden administration has tariffs too. Inflation is very high, but the cost of goods going up has everything to do with fuel prices going up.
Hey guys, we got 5 more minutes.
Because of the war in Ukraine.
Hey, yeah, 5 more minutes.
Everything to do
5 more
with
minutes. Nick.
Yeah, we heard you.
A very
with the
crucial point
quantitative
here.
easing.
If they don't cause inflation of the pricing of goods at the grocery store, then why would we see an increase in domestic production?
Because it will make it competitive for America to make the same things.
How is it competitive?
Because it's basic math. If it costs I'm going to, if you stop interrupting me. If it costs less to make something in China because they have abundant labor than it does in the United States, then China can sell it at a lower price because their cost is lower. But if we make them pay more to bring their goods to the market, then they have to sell it for more, or they have to pay the tariff and they make less profit.
Okay, so I'm not sure if he's just simply lying for fun or if he doesn't know how tariffs work. But who pays a tariff? How is it? Wait, he's going to try to, I think Dean's going to try and like explain again. I think you get around this by trying to have Nick explain again. How does a tariff work? Because he's just like, oh, they pay the tariff. What is it? What is a tariff and what is a tariff and when is a tariff paid? How does it work? I just want to know, how is a tariff paid? How does that happen? Because he's like, oh, now China pays for the tariff. So does he think that when an item from China comes to the US to stock the item on the shelf, that's China pays like $50 to do that? Is that how he thinks like tariffs work? Like once the item reaches US soil to unload it, the Chinese company has to pay money for it to leave the boat or to get off the plane? Or because if this because it can't be paid by the company that's buying the things from China. Because then that would mean Americans would pay because that means like America would then pay for it, or Americans would then pay for it. So it can't be them. It can't be Walmart paying more for Chinese stuff. It has to be China paying to sell something. That's what it would have to be. So like it would be a sales tax on China. Then that's what it would be. So they have to. Well, my bad. Be a pay. No, it's not a sales tax. It's a pay tax. Sorry, it would be like when they make profit, then we take some money out of it. That's what a tariff would have to be if he believes that. I'm not sure if he knows and he's lying or he actually doesn't know. I'm not sure which one it is.
Nick,
and that makes it profitable for American companies to make. Can you stop interrupting me? Can you?
Chinese products cost more.
Can you stop interrupting me, please?
Consumer? Sure.
It adds, but who pays the cost? China pays the cost to bring it to the market, not the consumer.
And who pays the cost once it's in the market?
Well, the consumer does.
Thank you.
But they're buying. But they're buying what they're already buying.
Okay, so now
buying it from an American producer.
Yeah.
Would they? Is there an American producer doing everything?
Yeah.
We're going to tax
for a slightly marginally higher price, so we can have American production.
Okay. Okay. Yes,
but there's also economies of scale.
Thank you.
It stimulates American industry, and then America's able to produce what China would ordinarily produce.
Things aren't going to be more expensive. Tariffs aren't a tax on consumers. Yes, no consumers won't pay more. But yes, tariffs work by consumers about to pay more, but then instead they pay slightly less for an American thing instead. But if they do buy the thing that won't cost them any more, that we put a tariff on, then yes, they'll pay more, but they won't. Okay, sure. Okay.
Okay, all right. And America will produce it for a more expensive price.
Yeah. So what happens is, okay, so the business that's importing pays the tariff. Cool. Right. But then the business that's buying it from the company is paying more. Okay. And so then the business who has to pay more for the things that they have now have less money. So you think that they're just going to not increase prices? But they won't increase prices, but they will increase prices. Maybe they won't increase prices, but Americans will just feel like buying American goods more.
Because we don't have as cheap of labor.
For fun?
It protects the American industry, which
by
is
causing inflation, right? Can you agree with me there?
Marginal.
Oh, so before it didn't, and now it does cause inflation.
We're getting somewhere.
Okay, good.
But it's really neither here. Well, and I said that earlier, so it's the same thing. But either way, the Biden administration has tariffs too, so it's basically a moot point.
No, it's not a moot point because once again, he wants to impose tariffs on all.
But you disagree with the Biden administration's policy, right?
Absolutely, right.
Okay,
I do disagree with tariffs.
What are we even arguing about?
110%.
Trump had tariffs. Biden has tariffs. Tariffs protect industry in America. You support that.
No, so the reason that this is the reason that this is a bad argument is because Trump wants more tariffs, right? I don't understand how this isn't evidently clear. I think what you're trying to do is kind of confuse people between me saying that tariffs that Biden and Harris imposed were bad, and me saying that when Donald Trump is elected, he wants to impose all tariffs on all imported goods. Right? One is worse than another. Okay, so
they're not putting tariffs on all imported goods.
Okay, does he just want to keep the ones on China?
It's going to be on, I don't know the Trump policy, but it's not on all imported goods.
It's almost like he has
so then how is he going to pay for the $4.8 trillion associated
with
with
He can fact check that.
Then how is he going to pay for
borrowing like they pay for all the, like how they pay for 175 billion to
and what's the biggest expense of our government?
Liabilities.
No, it's interest.
Medicare, Social Security. That's totally wrong.
No, the biggest expense of our federal government is interest on debt.
Totally wrong.
Okay, I don't think that's wrong.
It's liabilities.
Totally correct.
Okay, we're wrapping up on time here. We'll give a.
Well, you're wrong on the Trump policy and you're wrong on spending.
Okay, we'll give a 1 minute closing to Dean started, so a 1 minute closing for Dean and then 1 minute for Nick.
Oh, you could go first, Nick.
Who gave the first opening statement? You or me?
It was Dean who started first.
Yeah, so Dean, we want to let Nick finish.
That means I go last. Last.
Dean, you start.
And then Dean, the next one, Nick will start.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's fine. I was just looking first, so I should justify what I said there.
Oh, you're wrong.
So yeah, my closing statement was.
It is not true that interest on debt is the #1 expenditure. It's top 10 though.
For Kamala Harris, because she's going to make the average American better off. Donald Trump is not going to make the average American the better off. He's going to make them worse off with his tariffs. Right. Nick essentially did concede there, saying that tariffs do cause higher prices for the consumers at the grocery store. And then Nick also just kind of says that he doesn't really care about debt. Okay. So if you want more debt, vote for Donald Trump because he's going to throw $5.8 trillion on our nation's debt. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris's proposed tax policy is going to be self-sufficient over the 10-year lifespan of the bill. And then one other final point here, there's much more reasons why Kamala Harris is a better candidate than Donald Trump that we didn't get a touch on, such as the fact that we probably shouldn't be voting for a rapist. We probably shouldn't be voting for a religious persecutor. We should probably be voting for the individual that wants to enshrine federal protections for all 100 million
for the 5
individuals' right to choose. Right?
Is Nick just dumb?
And plenty of other reasons that we didn't get to.
I'm being that far right.
That we
you do lose something.
Hopefully, we might be able to.
You have to lose something to go that far.
Later, but I'll go ahead and get to you the rest of my time. Take it away.
Yeah. All right. Well, Aiden and Sneeko, could we do immigration? I feel like that's a big one. We could do a few of these other issues.
Real quick,
it's a big issue.
That's cute.
Can you just do your statement really quick?
Yeah.
Do your little speech,
can we make that one of the
topics? Do the speech,
that we had to talk about prior. Dean, if you'd like to as well, we could do that next.
We're professional here, right?
He wants to talk about immigration. If you want to keep Trump or Kamala going, we have other subjects, but on the subject of Trump and Kamala.
You guys didn't agree to that prior, but if you guys want to agree to do an immigration, we can do that next. It's up to you guys. Both of you have to agree.
Yeah, you just want to see. I mean, like maybe we could throw it in there at the end. I mean, get through the 4 topics we have agreed upon.
Sure.
And if there's time, we might be able to talk about it.
Okay. So please give your closing statement, Nick.
Yeah. So, I mean, my closing statement on Trump, I don't even think fiscal policy is the biggest issue. To me, that's really a side issue. And the reason is because both parties are profligate spenders. Republicans, Democrats are both profligate spenders. Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, they're all huge spenders. They're huge spenders on the military. They're not touching liabilities. You know, there's talk about...
I do not care.
Okay. Well, I believe that America should have a religious government. We should have a Christian, Catholic government.
You didn't like that.
And, you know, we have to face the fact that liberalism has failed. And the best example that liberalism is failing is that we're not having enough kids. The society, the civilization that doesn't have kids will cease to exist, and it will lose, and it is losing. Liberalism around the world is receding, and these more ancient, tribal, perennial cultures are thriving. Islam is the fastest growing religion. China is on the rise. Tribalism, racialism, all these things, all these revanchist, historic ideologies are on the rise, and they're all beating back liberalism because liberalism is weak. It is ineffectual. It's causing all kinds of perversity, degeneracy. People are not having kids. It's sort of like anti-human and inimical to the human body. So, I mean, in addition to Catholicism and Christianity being true, liberalism is clearly bankrupt. Liberalism is clearly having a hard time. I think we should replace our state religion of liberalism with the state religion of Christianity. And I'm interested to see where Dean wants to take it, because
liberalism is having a hard time, but Christianity is what's it's been dropping in followers. As I say this as a Christian, it's just like, it's obvious, like Christianity is obviously falling out of favor with the American people as a religion, just generally, especially when it comes to people who go to church and worship or do private worship as well. Just, I'm not sure if that's like that's a fight that you'll just win, because it seems like it's a fight you've already lost.
Obviously, it's a huge topic, but I think we should have a Catholic country, not a liberal atheist one.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of different ways that a conversation about Christian nationalism can go. I mean, I've debated people on Christian nationalism before that will concede even if Christianity's false, right? We should still be, a country that upholds Christian nationalism because it promotes better outcomes. But I think there's a couple points there that you made I'd just like to respond to real quick about declining birth rates, immigration. That's crazy. Then about, a couple of the other points that you brought up. I particularly think that Christian...
Wait, did he say something that we missed?
10-year lifespan of the bill. And then one other final point here. And what's the biggest expense of our national...
Republicans, Democrats are both profligate spenders. It's causing all kinds of perversity, degeneracy.
Oh, wait, what the hell?
Are thriving. Islam is the fastest...
Okay, wait. I guess not.
Genocide or slavery. It simply must be, because it will...
What the hell?
Here they assimilate,
that's crazy.
and within a few generations. Okay, are you going to interrupt me? Like,
did I miss something?
Men, women, and girls.
I think I skipped too far. Sorry.
Sin, a venial sin.
Sorry,
Pookies. I mean, in addition to Catholicism,
was Christianity, but to make it interesting,
racialism, all these things, liberalism,
rates. Very absurd. You're a Catholic. I think in the Catholic faith, you'll kind of have a different range on how bad things are. Something can be a mortal sin, a venial sin, but something that I'd say here that is a very absurd conclusion given Christian nationalism is shit like blasphemy. So like blasphemy, as defined by the Bible, is the worst sin that anyone can commit. Does that mean that people should go to jail for life for blasphemy? Well, I don't know, because we know that people should go to jail for life for murder, and if blasphemy is worse than murder, and we're operating under a system in a society with a government that legislates on the basis of the Bible and these foundational beliefs as prescribed by Christianity, are we going to start sending people to jail for blasphemy too? I don't see how you'd be able to respond to that. I don't. And then like a couple other things that we could say here. The Bible.
Yeah, thing one and thing two are moderating the debate here
God
tonight.
tells Saul and his men to genocide the Amalekite men, women, and girls. I bet if I was to engage in a conversation with this guy specifically about 1 Samuel 15:3, he'll end up saying that sometimes genocide's okay. Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. God tells the Israelites that they can own the non-Israelites as human property for life. I bet if I was to have a conversation with this guy about that topic, he'd end up saying that no, slavery hasn't always been wrong, alongside other things, right? So,
listen, he's smiling because it's not like, oh, it's never always been wrong. I think he's like, it's never actually been wrong. It just depends on who's the slaves. I'm gonna be honest, or where the slaves are.
So we could talk about how Christianity is false. We could talk about how it doesn't allow us to effectively legislate. We could talk about the absurdities that are already present in the Bible. But one last point that I'd like to bring up is if you're going to make an argument on the basis of the efficacy and the outcomes in which it would generate in society, which seemingly you started to there, well, what if we find another
stream's falling apart, man.
Generates better outcomes than the one that you hold to?
1 minute.
Okay, so the reason that you want a Christian nation is because it will promote human well-being and happiness. People are going to be having more kids and following these commandments.
It's difficult to talk about this issue because I see what he's trying to go for, but it's very difficult to talk about these issues because you're like, oh, what if a religion produces better outcomes? But then the believer could just come back and just be like, there is no religion that produces better outcomes because the best outcome is to be a believer. Just in like, right? And the outcomes that that precipitate that belief are all the best outcomes because they are coming from believers, and that's just how it is, right? Because those outcomes were prescribed as already the best outcomes, and so you would have to talk, that goes back to like what your moral framework is of like what's good and what's bad, because you could say like murder bad, but like if like you read this chapter as murder good, right? Especially like murder good in these specific circumstances, then you can then murder is not bad then, right? So I just, these type of discussion, I wouldn't jump into this type of conversation personally.
Will be doing good. No degeneracy, none of that shit. Well, what if I told you that the LDS?
I would just use that as like rhetoric.
Church. Would you all of a sudden be in support of an LDS-led state? Probably not. Okay, right? So that's another contradiction on its own. So feel free to kind of pick and choose.
You can say it rhetorically, but I'm not sure if it's going to get you very far.
So you said about birth rates or immigration. Well, here's the problem. Okay, one. The people that have liberalism are killing themselves. Okay, so the people that invented liberalism, that live in liberal societies, literally and figuratively are killing themselves. They're committing suicide. They're dying. The guy that you worship. Okay, are you going to interrupt me like 30 seconds into my rebuttal? That's crazy.
So mad.
No confidence in liberalism. They commit suicide. They die from despair. They're addicted.
I was going to say dysentery.
They're all dying over there. Okay, we're dying in America. We're dying in Europe. And by the way, these people come from non-liberal or illiberal societies, and then their birth rate goes down. So even if you wanted to argue, oh, well, like, we could salvage liberalism with an endless supply of immigration from illiberal societies that have kids, when they get here, their birth rate goes down. And these are not
over time
people. They come from illiberal places like China or Africa or Latin America. They come.
Well, listen, if their birth rate goes down, get another one. Just grab up another one. Oh, their birth rates goes down, and they usually, and I believe on average, immigrants will, their birth rate goes down. I don't believe it always reaches the same level as the native population all the time. But yeah, usually their birth rate does go down, but not always as far down. So they still more likely than not will have a higher birth rate. And even if it does just go down, just get another one. Just grab up another one. It's not hard. You got one, right? Just do another one.
Come here, they
boom, easy.
Assimilate, and within a few generations, the birth
and they can already work too
because liberalism is suicidal. With regard to the question about efficacy and outcomes, I'm not arguing that we should have the religion with the best efficacy. I said liberalism has failed. And we know it's failed because it's committing suicide. So clearly liberalism as a system is not working. And that's why, it's such a radical notion. People think that we would have blasphemy laws or religious laws. They think it's a radical notion. It's unthinkable. The current system must be replaced. It's an imperative. It's not a question of, whether or how or anything like that. It simply must be because it will cease to exist. And so that's really the crux of the argument. Why it should be Catholicism. It's because Catholicism is true. But the point I'm trying to make is for people that say, it's so radical that we would go backwards. I would say we went backwards with liberalism as evidenced by the fact that it's not even reproducing itself. And that's a huge problem. With regard to the stuff about the Old Testament, I mean, look, the Catholic Church, Christians today are not in favor of genocide or slavery.
And I'm like, he's like, oh, this liberalism is dying. Hasn't it just been getting bigger for the last 150 years? Like so many countries are moving. There's way more countries moving from like a theocracy or a monarchy towards liberalism and not the other way around. I'm not sure how you can say that liberalism is dying. It's doing, I mean, it's doing fine. It feels like Marx when he was like, capitalism will simply be gone. When it's not. It's very much still here. At this very moment, capitalism lives. Over 100 years after that boy kicked the bucket. And so yeah, you could like say like, oh yeah, it's definitely, liberalism is definitely going, it's not going to be here for much longer. We got to do something else. Is it? Is it not? Really? It seems to be doing quite fine at the moment. It seems to be doing quite fine. And sure, I think there definitely we can have talks about maybe there are better systems than liberalism. I mean, you know, I think some of those conversations are incredibly interesting, but the idea that, oh yeah, so all we have to do, all we've got to do is bide our time, and then our time will come. Okay, don't be waiting for a while, buddy.
You know, if you want to get into that, this is just like new atheism 101. To like, are you an atheist? Let me just, are you an atheist or something?
I'm an agnostic, but I wouldn't particularly use these verses in the Bible to say that your religion is false. I use these verses in the Bible to say that your religion is absurd. To say that your religion is false.
I just wanted to ask you that, and then let me finish the last point. So it's very funny when atheists who have.
This is really funny because I was looking at Aiden's chat. He said he was atheist, and somebody in chat said demon worshiper. So I think when he says atheist, he thinks that that's a religion, as in like he's worshiping athe or something. So, and he thinks that's and some people in chat think that's a demon. That's really funny.
Objective source of morality. It's like, you know, their morality is something like, hey man, just leave everybody alone. What if I disagree? What if my morality says, well, I want to kill everybody or something? What if the majority of people said our morality says, well, we want to harm and we want to rape and we want to do this and that. An atheist has no God that says, well, you know, so-and-so has the authority to say this is correct. That's a problem. And yeah, they have a problem with blasphemy laws. It is good to have a God that is a source of authority, that gives us our morality, that is unquestionable. With regard to the Old Testament, if you want to get into the debate about, you know, what's bad, I would start with the question of how do you know what's bad?
Hey, Nick, I'm sorry.
You claim that certain things are bad. You don't know where good and bad comes from. And how do we know the good and bad are even real? If we're all material, if we're only atoms and we don't have souls, why does it matter what happens to any of us? I mean, what is justice? Is there such a thing as the conceptual? If there is only matter, where is the conceptual? Can we see it? Can we feel it? Is it located somewhere?
My boy is rambling.
Well, and I'm making a point here. I'll wrap it up quickly. So for an atheist to point to the Old Testament and say, well, you know, how could a God who does these things be so immoral? I would say to the godless, what is moral and who are we if we're not just stardust being rearranged? I mean, slavery, these things, these are conceptual. It can only exist with a real philosophical viewpoint, not with this kind of lame, like, Sky Daddy isn't real sort of stuff. So, you know, there's just a lot of assumptions there that kind of need to be interrogated.
Okay.
Like effectively for the human, both of them are exactly the same. You choose to believe in your interpretation of your holy book, same way somebody chooses to believe in their interpretation of reality. It's not very difficult, but I don't think he should engage in this like time wasting. I don't believe that he should engage in this time wasting, like red herring when the conversation is about is Christian nationalism good, getting dragged into a conversation of like moral relativism and like where we get our morals from and what are axioms and whatnot is, I think, not a conversation. It's not something that you should be dragged into here, personally. To the human, both are literally exactly the same. So.
Okay, Dean.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think what needs to be interrogated is the fact that you asked me, well, what do I do with a group of people who likes to murder, rape, and kill others?
Please mute your damn
God
mic.
Said that? You know, I think that's a question that we need to ask.
Then we would have to do it.
Wait, really? If God told you to rape and kill a baby?
But yes, yeah, I know he's trying to get at this point, and maybe some people would be like, what? But yeah, I mean, that is, I mean, that's, Nick bit the bullet. I mean, he's already no-fly Nick. He's already on the no-fly list. So So yeah, and I know he's heard that, I know he's heard this argument before. So I mean, the real answer is yes. If like the God that somebody believes said poo poo in your just break into your house and poo poo into your neighbor's washing machine, then yes, that'd be a good thing, and it would be a blasphemy, and you would go to jail if you did not. If you stopped your neighbor from trying to shit in your washing machine because the Lord said so. So yes, that is the actual answer. I'm not sure what Dean thinks he's going to get out of this. Like he's talking to somebody, he's talking to a neo-Nazi. Did he think that he wasn't going to? He's talking to a neo-Nazi who is also like a staunch theocrat. Did he think that he wasn't going to get him to bite the bullet on that answer, or like get that response out of him to be like, yeah, sure, then we do it. But God isn't saying that, and then say, but those other religions, they are saying bad things, and then like, because that's the very obvious path that this would take. I'm not sure if he thought that this was going to be like a get for him in this conversation specifically. It just like, this is why I said he shouldn't get dragged into this.
Baby, would you do it?
Well,
God said that.
Then
I think that's a question that we need to ask.
Then we would have to do it.
Wait, really? If God told you to rape and kill a baby, would you do it?
Good Lord.
Well, God would never do that because God is good and those things are evil.
He's going to bring up the rape cage.
So raping and killing is evil. So when he commanded people to kill the babies in Malachi in 1 Samuel 15:3, that was evil?
God is telling us to rape and kill babies right now.
So specifically about
now he's getting caught on the one thing.
Command Saul and his men to kill the Amalekite babies.
Rape babies? He told them to rape babies?
There it is.
No, to kill babies.
Stuck.
Well, yeah, then if I were one of those guys, I would have done it, but not rape them.
Okay, so if God commanded you to kill a baby.
I'm so glad that he has morals. Oh, I was getting scared there that Nick would be like, them babies must taste good then. But Sebastian, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Raiders. I'm happy to see you. We're watching the TikToker who was on Jubilee debating those conservatives debate a neo-Nazi that he found on kick.tv or whatever. Kick.ck? I don't know what it is. Olympian, thanks for the 5. I appreciate you. Thank you. Bar is low. Bar is in hell. It's on the bottom circles.
Today, would you do it?
Yes.
Okay, so why would you kill a baby but you wouldn't rape a baby?
Because that would be cruel or something.
The real reason is because he doesn't want to be clipped saying that. He's okay being clipped saying all the other things, but that one's just a bridge too far. He's not actually drawing a real line here. He just doesn't want to be clipped saying it. But in reality, yes, that would be fine. Right? Like he's just not getting anywhere with this conversation. He shouldn't he's getting bogged down.
Wait, is killing a baby not cruel?
In the Old Testament, it worked differently.
No, I'm talking about
a fallen world.
They're built a little different.
You particularly said that you would kill a baby today if God asked you, but you wouldn't rape a baby if God asked you. So how come you kill a baby today but not rape a baby?
Because the context of the Old Testament is that it's a fallen world, and that's the context you're talking about. You said that in the Old Testament,
dude, we're not talking about dude. Please answer my question.
Yeah, we literally are.
Answer.
Well, if we're not talking about wait. If we're not talking about the Old Testament, what are we talking about?
About the fact that you told me today, if God commanded you to kill a baby, you would do it. And then I followed that up by asking you, if God commanded you to rape a baby, would you do it? And you said,
but God wouldn't do that because it's evil.
Okay, so killing a baby today, you would do if
not
God
a baby.
Commanded it, but raping a baby today, you wouldn't do because God wouldn't command it.
Well, first of all,
are you making the implication that killing a baby today isn't evil?
No. What you said is that in the Old Testament. Okay, so then you wouldn't do that either, right?
Well, hang on. Let's people like Nick give Christians a bad name. Yeah, I mean, like, this is a conversation I've had a while ago, but yes, like these types of people are why people fall away from religion. Honestly, like once it stopped being so, and that's the reason also why it's the same reason for why they want women to be forced to do things as well, not have bank accounts, be forced to rely on men again to help increase like birth rates and get a girlfriend because they can't normally, is because once people have an option not to be forced into something, to be free from the threat of like violence, being excommunicated, beaten, killed, thrown in jail or something. That's the only mechanism that these people have to get people to stay in line. Because if you don't torture people or threaten pain or violence against people, then people won't follow what you're doing. Then I personally think that means that what you're doing isn't very good, right? But when that happened, a lot of people stayed religious, like after a lot of the structures around that were torn down. But then over time it dropped because a lot of the people who were still there and still left, they still had the basically how I personally like to explain it and think about it is that they still had the assumption that those structures of society, those societal structures, those interpersonal structures to keep people in church and religious were still there, so they can act kind of however they want. But the problem is that over time, as people realized, and as all of those structures started to come down a whole lot, and people realize that they can leave if they're being treated poorly, then when somebody treats you poorly or does something poor in the church, now you don't have no options but besides to just suck it up and just deal with it and continue going, because the threat of like legal or like societal punishment and repercussions for leaving and not like staying there and just sucking it up no longer exist. And so what happened is that the country and the world changed faster than the people who were practicing did. And so beforehand, you could try to be as good as possible, but when you're bad to someone, they couldn't do anything about it. Now, when you're bad to someone, they can leave and you'll never see them in the pews again, because they don't have to anymore. Same way with women. They want to revoke women's right to vote. They want to stop women from being able to have abortions. They want to stop women from they're Y'all Qaeda. Okay, they want to institute the Y'all Qaeda variation of society, because like when you can like beat the fuck out of your wife or something, and she's in society literally won't let her leave or will beat her worse if she does leave, then guess what you can be is then the threat of losing your wife, of being divorced and ending up like Elon Musk is suddenly gone, right? But now when people like these guys are shitty to women never respond to them, women never date them, women never give them the time of day, and now that sucks, right? And now you have to do more, you have to provide more, you have to be better, you have to work harder, and you don't want to have to work harder, right? You just want to be handed it. You want it to be handed to you. He wants to see the amount of people who are outwardly practicing or outwardly saying that they're practicing Christianity to go up. It doesn't matter how we get there, by hook or by crook. It doesn't matter how they get there, as long as they're there. It doesn't, who cares? That's their opinion though.
Let's rewind, because you said in the Bible God says to rape babies. Can you just retract that, because that never happened? No, if you rewind, yeah, okay, people can rewind the clip. You said kill and rape babies because you got and rape people because you got a little ahead of yourself. Because you got a little ahead of yourself.
Nick, I will literally clear this up so easily. Okay. If I said God commanded Saul and his men to rape babies in 1 Samuel 15:3, I misspoke. In 1 Samuel 15:3, God commands Saul and his men to kill babies. But you are not answering my question. This is a damning non-answer. Every single person watching the stream can see that you said if God commanded you to kill a baby today, you said you would do it. Can you affirm that?
Can we be serious? Can we be serious for a second?
We are being dead serious. Can you affirm the fact that you said if God told you to kill a baby, you do it?
Can we be serious? Can we grow up?
Why won't you answer my question?
Well, because we're talking about the Old Testament, are we not?
Dude, we're talking about today. How many times do I need to say that?
You're talking about the Old Testament, you're citing the Old Testament. You're talking about a specific verse in the Old Testament.
Oh my God,
you can look. You can giggle.
No,
can we confirm that we're talking about the Old Testament? Is that correct?
That is
what are we
not
talking
correct.
about?
Exactly. I'll tell you exactly what we're talking about. We are talking about the fact that I asked you a damning hypothetical question. I asked you.
It's not. It's a
one
cheap,
moment. Do you mind if I have 30 seconds?
It's a cheap context. No.
Yo, Twitch chat. Can you see us? Can you see me right now? We back? We return? Ye? I don't know. It seemed like that was a YouTube side. Sorry about that. Very clear. On Twitch said they're perfectly fine. So sorry about that. Anyways, let me rewind a little bit.
Disobey.
Do you mind if I have 30
It's a
seconds?
cheap context. No. It's
You're
a cheap
interrupting me
context
because you don't want me to
denial.
talk because you know that you're losing.
Yeah, because the Old Testament says bad things in it. I know. I'm a new atheist, and I just discovered. Here's my answer to your question, if you allow me to answer it. I know you want a cheap gotcha question, but let's add a little context. The Old Testament takes place in a fallen world. We live in a fallen world because we have free will. Okay, God created human beings. Human beings disobeyed God and sinned. Because we disobeyed God and sinned, we have the penalty of death, war, shame, guilt, pain at birth, all these things.
I think I've seen an anime like this before.
In the fallen world, people kill. In the fallen world, people kill, people lie, cheat, steal. Cain kills Abel. In the world, the fallen world, before Jesus Christ arrived, it was a world with slavery and warfare and iniquity. It is in this context that God commanded the chosen people to kill certain tribes, to establish their survival, to secure a line for the coming of the Messiah. God does not approve of killing because it says in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill. God does not approve of rape because it says, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, and so on and so forth. So God obviously does not support killing, raping. Oh, would you kill and rape a baby? No. But in the Bible, God prescribes laws and specific actions at the beginning of the world, which was fallen without Christ, without a savior, in sin, for the survival of the chosen people. So
Is he holding his
the
hand up
rules
to
worked a
talk?
little bit differently in the Old Testament. It doesn't mean that, and of course, taking a life.
Just so you know, remember how I said earlier how he shouldn't get bogged down into this religious this religious moral conversation? It's because this conversation is supposed to be on Christian nationalism, and now they're talking about the morals and the morals and the old law and the old covenant in the old covenant from the Old Testament, right? And specific instances of in the specific instances between the Israelites and the Amalekites and everybody else in Egypt and all that. Now it's just we're supposed to be talking about Christian nationalism, and now we're on to the Amalekites, right? Like we're the Amalekites and the Canaanites, and maybe sometime we're going to talk about like ancient Greece when we're supposed to be talking about Christian nationalism. And so now he's bogged down. And now he's talking about something completely different and letting Nick kind of run away. And it's difficult to have this conversation because he's absolutely in it. He's in his element. You're allowing him to bring you, what's that thing that Pokemon's move? Trick room. You're now in his trick room. You can get out. You can get it. There's no guarantee that you're going to be, faint, that you'll faint in the trick room, but you're definitely on his territory. You're in trick room, which just isn't something that you just shouldn't be in here, because he has way better territory talking about how he's going to treat other people and just appealing to how he's going to treat other people and appealing to your average person's sensibilities when it comes to being forced to do things and having to justify the the spiritual and religious law that he wants to engage with. But instead we're talking about the Amalekites and the old covenant. It's just no, just get out of here. Leave.
In and of itself, hang on, there's a difference everybody knows between killing and murder. If I go and murder you for no reason, that's immoral. If I kill in self-defense or self-defense of my children,
he's got to use simple domain.
God commanding the people of the Old Testament is an extraordinary exception based on the fallen old world. That's one. Two, when Jesus Christ arrives, he fulfills the law.
These guys are professional streamers.
Before Jesus Christ arrived,
please stop. I gotta skip. I can't do it.
Moral objectivism or moral subjectivism. We define objectivism given, when I say murder is wrong, that is true independent of any stance, of any actor, of any mind. Okay? When I say
I understand what you're saying. I don't understand the construction. I'm not. You're like mumbling to yourself. Yeah.
These mics are terrible. No, both of these guys aren't wearing headphones. So every time they unmute, you can hear their speakers. That's why that's happening. They randomly unmute themselves, and so you can hear what's blasting in there in his room. Instead of just hooking up two headphones with the same. I literally have a solution to this already for when I have somebody on stream. Actually, like my headphones are actually connected into a splitter. I'm sorry, got a little dust on it. Like my headphones are already connected into a splitter just in case I have somebody else on stream, so I won't have to deal with this. So I can just plug them in, and now they can hear exactly what I'm hearing. But apparently in Aiden Ross's Infinite Wealth, he hasn't been able to figure that out once. But okay, I'm gonna want to skip forward to see if there's anything else.
Yes, objectivism is that there's an independent truth. Yes.
Okay, so is morality independent of God?
No, because God is morality. God is good.
So morality is. That the most well-documented thing that has ever happened in history might not have happened. I want to ask you a question. How the fuck do you know that Jesus resurrected from the dead, but you don't know if the Holocaust happened? Please answer that question.
Shroud of Turin. Shroud of
Turin. That's been 100%. Taken by multiple. The Shroud of Turin is.
Is that an item in Smite or something? What the hell?
More reliable standard for evidence than the 250
than the thing that
sources
didn't
that
happen?
Justify that the Holocaust exists?
Listen, this isn't a Holocaust debate. Let's try to stay focused. This is a Christianity debate.
No, let's talk about it. The Shroud of Turin specifically, we had 4 different group of scientists take different parts of it. None of them could date it back to anything after 400 years AD.
I'm just saying it's a lot of people.
No, I want you to tell me how the fuck you know that Jesus rose from the dead with a lack of any historical evidence that exists from during his lifetime from a first-person experience.
Calm down.
Yeah,
this is a factual debate.
Holocaust happened.
Okay, we can't do this.
Josephus, Tacitus.
And that's crucified. Who did evidence than what he could ever give for the existence of Jesus Christ?
That there are things that are dignified.
So he wasted. If I was ever to talk to Dean a little bit, he wasted this entire, which should be, I'm not a layup, but a very good conversation for him to have Nick explain why he would throw people in jail. Why he would throw people in jail for saying something that he personally thought was wrong about his religion. But instead he wasted it on the historical context that the Old Testament was written in, the like whether or not we know if Jesus was crucified, and old biblical law instead. That was horrible. They talk about a couple more things. I want to watch them, but I'm gonna be. Oh my goodness, good golly. I want to watch them, but it is now 11, and I think I'm gonna unfortunately I'm gonna have to call it a stream. I'm gonna have to call it a stream because if I don't wake up at a good time tomorrow, sorry, I gotta put away the biggest dummy hat too. If I don't wake up at a good time tomorrow, I will be finished, and you guys won't see me again for another 2 months. You guys will see me in like fucking January or something. So I'm back on. I'm trying to get like a good schedule. I'm actually back in the gym as well. So I'm trying to get on a good schedule so things work out. I'm thinking about doing like an earlier stream and like a midday stream, like 2 streams, like 1 stream where we do more reading, like some reading and catch up and maybe some preparation, and maybe you can even watch me. You can even help me make a thumbnail as well, because we need to make a thumbnail for the abortion video that we recorded but we haven't uploaded yet. So maybe that's tomorrow. Do some reading as well, and then we'll get to it. But yeah, we'll probably do that in the morning. Come back. I'll see you all in the afternoon again, because I gotta take the girly to work, and then I got to take the girly back from work. So I was thinking like that'll be easier. She's working further away from home now, which is kind of why I want to split those up, because it's not like the drive that I just took, because that was that's a job that she works that's much closer to home, that she just actually put in her 2 weeks on. So yeah, give her a little clap for that, for surviving and putting in her 2 weeks. So that's epic. But I have to drive not a whole lot further, but I have to drive further. It's not a stream break I'm comfortable with, because I'm fine with like the 15-minute stream break here. I'm not fine with like a 35-minute stream break that I would like probably take then. the real life of a micro celebrity is so hard. I know, right? It's so difficult. It's so difficult. You know what else is difficult? While I was watching that, not laughing when I saw this. So this is gold crown politics. My favorite conservative political analyst. Okay, so this guy has a YouTube channel. This guy made his own Pepe Silva election prediction Excel sheet that he says proves that not only will Donald Trump win the election, but he'll win the election by a greater margin than anybody would ever imagine. He said in his original prediction, he said that Donald Trump could win the presidency by 9 points and have like a mid 1900 style blowout against Kamala Harris. It's so fun. But he's revised his prediction to now be like one state worse than Hillary Clinton. But with Donald Trump actually winning the popular vote, he's still predicting that Trump wins the popular vote 50%, 50 to 47, an actual literal complete flip from what everybody expects. He just says the exact opposite of what everybody believes will probably be the actual popular vote. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I believe that this would be the popular vote. Just flip around these two. This is what I think the popular vote will be like. If I'm gonna be honest with you, just Harris at 50.5 and Trump at 47.4, because I expect Trump to hit 47 this election cycle, a low 47, but higher than both 2016 and 2020. It makes sense to me, and that's what polls are showing as well, that he has a higher ceiling than he did in both of those elections. Still, he's polling around where he polled in 2020 in the Rust Belt, but maybe there's a polling error. Who knows? Maybe Trump sweep. Maybe it's a 51 state landslide for Trump in 30 days, and maybe the polls actually nailed it this time. Or maybe Kamala Harris runs ahead as the incumbent, since incumbents usually do better than their polling suggests. Because remember, Trump did better than the polling suggested. It's because he was the incumbent. I know a lot of people shit on an incumbency advantage, but it still exists. And also, it proved that just because Republicans look like they're doing well doesn't mean they're going to. 2022 proved that. So we'll really just have to see, right? Almost all metrics that you can pull for trying to figure out how people are going to vote shows that Democrats have a slight lead, which is where we expect, right? And remember, Democrats barely lost the House, in a R+3 environment, and they almost kept the House as well. And Democrats actually gained in the Senate in an R+3 environment nationally. So we'll just have to see how everything shakes out, right? But so right now he's giving the Maine 2nd district to Trump, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. He's giving them to Trump by good margins too. He's saying Trump's going to win Pennsylvania by almost 7 points. Just so you know, just so we contextualize this guy believes, and this is why he's my favorite conservative election prediction guy. He believes that Pennsylvania will vote to the right of Texas in 2020. Right now, he thinks Michigan and Wisconsin will swing 6 and 5 points towards Trump this election cycle. Somehow Georgia will now vote for Trump almost with the exact same margin that South Carolina voted for Trump. Almost the exact. It's so fun. Texas 15 points. So Texas will jump like 10 points, about 9 points towards Trump somehow. Iowa 14%. I don't even know if it's possible. I don't even know if there's enough Republican voters in Iowa or Ohio for Trump to reach plus 16 and 14. I'm not even sure if that's possible. Georgia and Oklahoma, yeah, they're the same. Well, this just means that Oklahoma is going to be plus 99 Trump, obviously. But let's just be honest with ourselves. He thinks Kamala Harris is going to win Minnesota by 1 point. New Hampshire by less than a point. Virginia by 3 points. Oh, this is I'm keeping this one. It's gonna go crazy. Because no matter what, even if Trump loses, so even if Trump wins, this map is wrong. Even if he wins, we know for a fact this map is wrong. This map is actually delusional. He's saying wait, this guy thinks that Trump is going to win Nevada by more than he'll win Georgia. I bet he wins Virginia. I've been knocking doors in Virginia, man. I would love to see her lose Virginia, man. So true, man. Harris is only getting the state she has at least a 4-point advantage on averaging. This map seems pretty accurate. I think. Or even New Jersey might be a sleeper flip for Trump. Okay. Oregon, my bad. Oregon and New Jersey is a sleeper flip for Trump. I would love to see Trump getting VA. I just don't think it's possible though. Oregon to the right of Virginia? Oregon is the sleeper flip, but Virginia is the long shot? What? Okay, all right. Oregon and New Jersey, sleeper flip. Virginia, he should, near no chance. Okay. All right. Did he have New Mexico on there too? Yeah, New Mexico, 2 points. All right. New Jersey being a sleeper flip is crazy. Everything here is crazy, dog. Everything here is insane. Oh, I haven't met you yet. Oh, you should leave. You should leave. What would his national margin have to be to take Virginia? Yeah, I voted in 2020, voted 5 points to the left of the popular vote. 2016 was around 3 points. 3 and 5. Trump is not winning the popular vote. Who are you? Who are you? Stop. Stop. Don't hurt you. They're actually, this has to be a form. I feel bad because I know that this is a form of self-harm. I know that this is a form of self-harm, and that's why I want them to stop. It's not good for them. It's I'm watching somebody hurt themselves. It's so sad. No, don't do it. Stop. For me. Stop. We can dream. He really is dreaming. I believe these numbers are overly optimistic. Wait, somebody looks more believable. Ooh, this is 100% my favorite guy. He's up there. He is definitely up there. This guy definitely cooks. He cooks something devious. Chat, like, we talk about what the ramifications would be, like what Trump supporters would do if he actually loses the election. But can we talk about like what they would do if the polls were wrong, but in Harris's favor? Can you even like imagine like the PTSD that they would incur if that happened? Like, Like there was a 2022 style polling error where Democrats actually did better than the polls than the polls suggested. Could you even imagine what they do? They'd lose it. There's no way that they would. There was no way that they would make it, right? Dude. Jonestown. RNC would look like Jonestown. I'm not even joking. RNC would be worse than Jonestown. It would be horrendous. 350 electoral sweep for Poggers for Harris Poggers. No, I'm not saying that, but like instead of it, so let's take a look. Let's pull up Vote Hub. It is the polls being wrong in Harris's favor is actually more likely than Trump winning the popular vote. Yes. My guy is not winning the popular vote. I'd be very surprised. Maybe chat. Maybe those YouTubers are really maybe they're really cooking something up that I just couldn't possibly imagine. Who knows, right? But yeah, let's give it a looky real quick. Anyways, let's look at the time. The time average right now it's 48 to 46. Let's do a little rounding. 49 to 46. Okay, that's what we're looking at right now in the national popular vote. That's what we see. Polls are starting to kind of congregate around like a Harris plus like 2, 3, something along those lines, right? With the Republican bias for the Electoral College being around 1.7. Not too bad. Very close election, incredibly close election though. But if we take a look at this, I'm just telling you that it's very possible that there could be a polling error in Harris's favor. Like, I'm not talking about Pennsylvania going from 1.1 to 12 or something. I'm talking about Pennsylvania going from 1.1 to like 2. Like just +1 for Harris everywhere would be kind of insane. And just mind you, if these polls stay about the same, +1 for Harris right now in a polling error would be her winning North Carolina. Right, she would win by 3.8, which would be less than Biden. Once again, which I can see that. Which I think she's going to win by a smaller margin than Biden. I think it'll be in the 3s somewhere. So like if this is 1 point off in Harris's direction, this instead of 2.8, this would be 3.8. A little over a little over a half a point drop, right? Incredibly reasonable for this election cycle. Right, Michigan would be 3, Wisconsin would be 2, Pennsylvania would be 2, Nevada would be 2 once again, which is exactly where it was the last 2 elections. North Carolina though would be a flip, a very narrow flip, like what? It'd be 1.5 points if it was like if it was a 1 point switch, but I don't think it would translate 1 point everywhere. But let's just say it did, right? And then this would be a flip as well. But this would only be North Carolina moving 2 points to the left. It wouldn't be very far. It's very possible that 2020 plus North Carolina, if a polling error in Kamala Harris's favor were to manifest, would exist, which is real. And also more likely than Trump winning the popular vote. But I don't know where a polling error would go. I'm just telling you that when it comes to incumbents running, they usually do better than you expect, especially on the national stage. They just do better than you expect. We've known this for a long time, but on the presidential level, incumbents run ahead of their polls. They do. My bad. Incumbents finish ahead of their polls. They always have, going into like chat, what is like the mid to late 1900s? Incumbents have almost always outperformed their polls, if not always outperformed their polls. Incumbent effect is underrated. I think it is. I think it is. And so the likelihood of there being a sleeper Harris polling bump here is very possible. And I think 2022 kind of proved that whatever these Republicans are doing, whatever these pollsters are doing right now to account for 2020, what they feel like they need to account for 2020 is possibly moved too far into the Republicans column. Because even when it comes to those New York Times polls, have you guys been keeping up with the New York Times polls? Because those polls have been gloomy for Democrats. Almost all of them have been quite gloomy for Democrats, whether they be state or presidential. Not saying that they're bad necessarily, but they're more gloomy than the rest of the polling industry is usually, at least like good polls. Out of the good polls, like Atlas and the New York Times have been more gloomy than everybody else. I check the New York Times. I check New York Times polls every day. It gives me stress. Well, it's important to remember that the reason why they're more gloomy for Democrats this election cycle is because they're expecting the electorate to be Republican +2. That's what they expect people to vote as. Everything that we've seen so far has been showing between a Democrats +2 to Democrats +3.5. That's what we've been seeing so far. And Kamala Harris is running ahead of the national is running ahead of the generic ballot at this point in time. And so is the New York Times wrong? I don't know. It's very possible that it could be an R+2 environment come the election. But right now we're looking at other like polling, like election indicators are showing around Democrats +2, 2, 3. So that's around 5 to 4. That's around like 4 to 5 points more Republican than what a lot of other people are expecting. And so when you see a New York Times poll, I'm not saying unskew it yourself, but I'm saying that when I see a New York Times poll, I view that as the worst case scenario for Democrats. So I view the New York Times poll as their floor, because it is out of the biggest and best and most well-known and renowned pollsters, the gloomiest for Democrats, specifically because they expect this to be a Republican year. Like more Republicans are out to vote, more Republicans are going to vote, and they're going to outshine Democrats. That's what they expect to happen. So when you see Kamala Harris tied in a New York Times poll right now, that's her tied in a Republican +2 environment, which I think is pretty good, right? Considering we don't believe it's going to be Republicans +2, but you know, it could be, who knows? But that's what I believe their floor is. Right? I mean, there are more Republicans out to vote than Democrats in 2022. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm just saying that I believe it's way less likely than a Democrats +2 or 2.5. I just don't see it being more Republican than 2016. That's just my opinion, though. And Kamala Harris is boosted by having some very good candidates, some very good and well-liked Democratic candidates running in her need to win states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That could help carry her over the line. There's no shot. I'm not saying there's no shot. I'm just saying that we haven't seen it be borne out in any data just yet. Besides the what was it? It was like national registration that they took it off of, or self-identification earlier in the year. Like earlier in the year, they were basing their polls off of another firm that that found that estimated the national voter self-identification that showed that Republicans had a +2 advantage. Whether that's still the case, I can't tell you that, but I think anybody other than Biden would be running close to what we see in the generic ballot, in the in special election results, things along those lines is what I see way more likely, way more possible. You can talk about the Washington primary. They all seem to be pointing in the same direction. That is, we're looking at a Democratic, like a pro-Democratic year, but light pro-democratic year, which makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, New York Times right now is suggesting Pennsylvania has a difference of less than 1 point. I mean, that's not very far from everybody else's estimate right now. If you look at almost any estimate that is an insane Republican ass sniffing, then almost all of them are around 1 point, 1.5 points for Harris, which is exactly what, which is, you know, it's right around there. So yes, it's to the right, but is it really? Do you think there's a big difference between 1.5 and 0.8? I don't really think so. When it comes to polling average, when it comes to estimates and averages, I just don't think it's much different. All of these are basically the same. It's obviously a close race, but we've been seeing something pretty consistent, which is that Kamala Harris is reaching 49 and 50 in a lot of these polls, and Trump is sitting around what we'd expect his best to be. He's getting all the voters that we expect him to be getting. There isn't like a whole bunch of room for a massive shakeup. And also something that's important to note as well is that September polls are usually more accurate than October polls when it comes to predicting the election, which is kind of funny. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird how that works out, but yeah, you can look at September and get like a good idea where we are, where we were, what's gonna happen, and that shows like Kamala Harris just about F50. Yeah, we'll see. Do On Point Politics posted too? Wait a second. I love this guy. He's such a goober. That's reassuring. I just see those big old margins of error. Yeah, so for the rest of the election, to help you kind of like the way I like to look at polls that have been shown to be, I'm not gonna say accurate, but to be more consistent, has been stop looking at margins so much. Margins don't really matter as much. Look at vote share. So 46, 48, who's closer to 50? And just go from there. And who's closer to 50? How close are they to 50? And that's usually where you find who do you think is probably going to win. Who's more, if when push comes to shove, who's more likely to be able, who's like, if they're far away from 50 and push comes to shove, who's more likely to make up the distance? When it comes to a Democrat against Trump, and both of them are far away from 50, Trump is close. Trump is going to make up that distance. If one's close to 50 or above 50, and Trump's like lower than 46, that he's going to jump to at least 46, and then you might be able to add some percentage points on there. That's how I usually vote on. That's how I usually think of it, because Trump isn't going to get less than 46% of the vote. He's probably not going to get less than 47% of the vote on the national average at the moment. I don't really think so. I could be wrong once again, but I don't really think so. I don't think he's going to get less than 47% at the moment. So the share, right, is what you really need to think of. So when you see a poll, kind of don't worry about where Trump is, honestly, unless he's above Kamala Harris, and even unless he's above Kamala Harris. But until then, 49, 50, 50, 49, 49, 48, 51, 49, 48, 50, 48. If you look at Trump, it's more like 46, 48, 49, 44, 46, 44, 44, 46, 48, 44, 47. And you can just see, like, I didn't read off of 50 there once for him. He didn't reach 50 once in any of these polls. When was the last time he reached 50? This Atlas Intel poll back on the 12th was the last time he reached 51% of the vote, and then ever since then he hasn't really hit anything like that until the 5th when he tied with Harris at 50-52. Kamala Harris is just about at 50%, which means it's not possible for Trump to win the popular vote at the moment. It's just she's not going to drop all that percentage. It's going to be around the 50% that she grabs. Where Trump is now, that's where Trump is he higher or lower than that 46 48.9% that I believe where he's going to be at is. And you can do the same for when it comes to these states as well. There was a breakdown for these states. The margins right now are about exactly what the margins were in 2020. Some are slightly better for Trump, some are very slightly worse, but none are better than more than 2 points for Trump compared to 2020. Which is saying something, since there's been so much in the race, but also, 2 points can be a lot. And that's why Kamala Harris isn't leading in Georgia and Arizona at the moment. So, rest of the election, look at the vote share, look at the important states, who's closer to 50, how close are they to 50, and what do the undecideds look like? If you did that in 20, and to prove to you how consistent this actually is, let me pull up RCP, because some people don't know this, and actually super interesting. Let's pull up Michigan. Hello, baby. Let's pull up Michigan. So, you know how people said that the polls were wrong in 2020? Take a look at this. So if you use the normie dumbass method, which is just which is being a margin monkey. That's what I like to call them. If you're just a squeaky, grody, grimy little margin monkey, then you would have been flabbergasted with a 4.2 to 2.8 here, okay? But if you were a vote share Viber and you look at Biden's vote share specifically, the RCP average was 50. He got 50.6. He overperformed his vote share when it comes to the polls. He overperformed, and this is consistent even going back at to 20. This is consistent even going back to 2016. Look, Clinton was at 45, quite far from 50, quite far indeed. She jumped up from 45 to 47% even, but Trump jumped up from 42 to 47, right? When the Democrat is far away from 50, there is room for Trump to win. When the Democrat is close to 50, there's no room for Trump to win. So yeah, I mean, this doesn't only stick here with Michigan as well. I mean, with the sticking point state, Pennsylvania as well. I mean, let's go back. Let's do it. Let's do it again. Margin. If you were a margin monkey, actually, you would have been very happy. you would have been very happy if you were a margin monkey. But RCP average for Biden in Pennsylvania was 4.8, right? He got 50. So think about it. Who was closer to 50 in Pennsylvania? It was Biden, and then he won. And he was close to 50 as well, around 48%. If you look at 2016, where was Hillary Clinton? Still far away from 50. She was at 46%. She once again overperformed her margin again, just like in all the other states, but it wasn't enough to beat Trump because Trump there were the independents enough for him to win because Clinton wasn't close enough to 50. So this is not a large disparity when it comes to the Democrats' margin from the polls to the result is not very far away from the actual result. And the likelihood is that the Democrat will perform better than what the polls suggest because, once again, the polls still have undecideds and people make the decision at the end of the day. And both candidates gain. How much though? That's usually what happens, right? And I think Wisconsin is the best example here. Wisconsin was super interesting. Take a look back at this, okay? Because Wisconsin was the one that had the biggest amount of margin monkeys. Very, very like they were throwing shit. They were stomping on they bananas, okay? Because Biden was leading 6.7, he dropped 6 points to only 0.7. But if you look at the margin difference, he was leading at the end of the election by at 51%, and he actually dropped his margin. This is the only state where he dropped here, and in the must-win critical states, to 46.9. But he was close to 50. He was closer to 50. He was above 50. And Trump gained as well to 48.9, but he was further away from 50. As well, I mean, it was just about the same. It was actually almost perfect in 2016. They thought that Hillary Clinton was going to get 46.8. She actually got 46.5, almost dead on when it comes to guessing her margin. And Trump, once again, once you're farther away from 50, Trump can make up the margin because it's possible for him to take home some independence. And some people who weren't sure how they were going to vote. If you have a large amount of people who are not sure who they're going to vote, and both candidates are far away from 50, then the likelihood of those people splitting for Trump is much higher. That's not happening this election cycle. It's not happening this election cycle at all. I mean, one of the biggest ways that you can show this is looking in Nevada. Trump was actually winning in Nevada in 2016. In the polling averages by 0.8, by 0.8 actually, and Clinton actually came out swooping in a victory at the end there. Very curious, isn't it? One of the only examples of a Democrat overperforming their polls by that much, actually, in the type of way that you think margin monkeys believe that the polls work for Trump. It just doesn't work like that. So yeah, focus on vote share, and how close the candidate is to 50 is way more important than letting the margin monkeys screech in your ear. They will only lead you astray, my child. They will only lead you astray. Thank you for watching, everybody. It's been a very fun stream. I'll be back again tomorrow with some more stuff. We got to read some more into the Trump truth nuke dropped by the special prosecutor released by Judge Chutkan. We also need to we need to finish this little debate between Aiden Ross and some TikTokers. That'll be very fun. No, there's a whole bunch more stuff that I got here too. Some comments from Elon Musk's daughter, Elon Musk's transgender daughter, who just dropped another nuke on his addled forehead. What the conservatives have been doing in regard to Hurricane Helen and the lies that they've been telling. I wasn't able to get to it today. I'm sorry. I did do 6 hours though. I tried. I really tried. I tried my best. So we'll just, like I said, there might be some spillover. It's time to get spilling, chat. So I'll see you all tomorrow, but that'll be very fun. But until then, thanks for watching. I appreciate you very much. You know I love you very parasocially, Pookie, okay? And I hope to have you back on another I don't know what video. Oh no, I don't know what song I want to play on the way out. I was going to the meme stream. Yeah, I found it. Take care.